Hello, everybody. I'm John Kelly, and today we have on Moltar is going to be a bit late, but that's all right. We have Drybones on, who is one of the admins for Gamergate.me, an information resource and community hub for Gamergate. And I also have my co-hosts Black Knight and Laboom. Say hi.
Hello.
Hey,
Hola.
Mi amo es Roma.
I don't know
One
any
moment,
other
please.
languages.
Okay. Now with that out of the way, Drybones, why don't you start by introducing yourself?
Um, Hold on a second.
Okay.
Hi, I'm
Unfor-
Dragons. I don't really know what else to say.
Okay.
I
Unfortunately, he
guess.
is busy with someone right now at the moment. So
Oh, yeah. Um, well, I guess everyone, or I guess already knows that I guess I run the A archive, Gamergate.me, and I'm working on Start Button, as well as some other projects. Yeah.
hmm Okay. We're gonna start by we're gonna do like some question Q&A with us, and later we will be inviting people on who have their own questions and wanna just talk. So without further ado, let me ask, can you give us a bit of the history behind Gamergate.me, like what inspired you to and the others who were working on it to get up and running, and what goals you had in mind at the beginning, and where it took off from there?
Okay, so Gamergate.me kind of came from an IRC chat with some other group of people. Um, what happened was that we want like Kotaku in Action had fallen off of Google search results for some reason, and Brianna Rue was threatening a multi mainstream media thing like a week later. So we were discussing ways that we could help get, you know, Gamergate to be like a top Google search result and be like a great information site for people who don't know what Gamergate is. So we started discussing like getting a website done, and so we got a group of people and we started brainstorming what we and then a week after that, that's when the website launched after the countdown.
Okay, and we just got Moltar in. Moltar, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hey, yeah, I guess I just literally logged on. I don't know what has been said previously. Yeah, I edit Gamergate.me, and I was one of the people who had the ideas behind StartButton.net. Um, yeah, I have no idea. Literally, I literally just walked in the room. um, so.
It's fine. We asked basically how Gamergate.me started, and you're good. You just got on.
Yeah, it was kind of a mishmash of ideas. I mean, like one of the most important things that we had um, when we were constructing the site, basically, the whole thing, the most important thing that we had to get right was the policy behind it, and we kind of came up with this plan that it sort of I mean, the best way that I can sort of put it is a joke that gets thrown around quite a bit, where we have this saying where if 8chan or if Gamergate is the cathedral of misogyny, then we are the monastery of misogyny. Where our whole aim is not to lead um, or influence Gamergate, but rather just to be custodians of it, just to record. So somebody actually, I can't remember if this was a Twitter comment or a comment on 8chan, but somebody pretty much hit the nail on the head in saying that what we are doing uh, is not PR. PR is a byproduct of what we're doing, but that's not our aim. What our aim is to, months or even years down the line, um, when Gamergate is being remembered and cited, uh, our purpose is for citations to refer to us. So we are basically trying to be historians of what existed because nobody else is doing that. Everyone else is trying to revise or spin what is happening, and nobody is basically representing Gamergate's side of the story. Apart from select websites like Encyclopedia Dramatica and Know Your Meme, but those are satirical websites, so their veracity is always going to be called into question or dismissed. But on the anti-Gamergate side, you've got sites like Rational Wiki, where if you have to call yourself rational in your name, well, you're obviously compensating for something. And so that's basically the thinking behind Gamergate.me. It was about constructing something um, that served a purpose that was lacking, which was to be an aggregator rather than a policy pusher. We don't want to make decisions on behalf of Gamergate. I mean, we don't on behalf of Gamergate. We don't want to issue demands on behalf of Gamergate. We'd rather be a reflection of Gamergate rather than a head of Gamergate.
So basically, you want to be referred to as a credible source, so that way when people write articles and documents, they can just say, "Oh, this is an article by Gamergate.me, and this is the reference here."
Well, regardless of credibility, I mean, credibility is going to be judged by others, and I mean, we're going to be attached forever to Gamergate's credibility, so we don't expect to ever be labeled credible. But at the same time, the more that we persist and the more that we go on, now we've just released an article by Alan Bakari, he's a professional freelance writer. He has written for TechCrunch. So this is breaking new ground for us at Gamergate.me because we're actually getting professional writers to write for us for free rather than just aggregating opinions from anons from Gamergate. So that's quite an achievement in itself.
Agreed. I've read some of those articles, and they were well put together. Um, how do you maintain accuracy on the website? Like, what steps do you take on the wiki and with articles on the main site?
With the wiki, I'm very detached from the wiki, actually. The only influence that I sort of maintain on the wiki is I just basically try to influence policy and strategy. So I've been trying to get to the wiki editors to a higher standard of maintaining disclosure. So if an article is biased, I want it to be fully disclosed that an article is biased. If an article is incomplete in any way whatsoever, I want it to be fully disclosed that an article is incomplete, and so on and so forth. Because building a wiki is a very, very slow process, and it depends entirely upon the contributors that you have signed up for the wiki. So that's basically the situation that I have with the wiki. I'm not taking any credit whatsoever with the work that has been put into the wiki, none whatsoever. As
Um,
far as the wiki goes, I'm basically a smartass backseat driver that tells other people how to do their jobs. Um, yeah, Drivons, you're gonna say something?
yeah, we have two or three main supervisors for the wiki. Um, they're not really well known. They're mostly IRC people. Um, and they're always bringing in new editors. So we have a team of like a lot of like people that can like approve pages. So when you make an edit to your page, or create like a page or any kind of content on a wiki, it has to be approved by the wiki editors. This way that we don't get junk stuff coming through, and we've seen those junk edits uh, a lot because of the nature of it. And I mean, not a ton, but this stops the spam and the issue that Wikipedia is having right now with their own article on Gamergate. So all edits have to be approved by the staff, and this allows us to go through what they've changed and see if it's accurate to allow on the page. Now everyone can actually see those edits no matter what. It's just which one is visible when you go to the article first. So those edits that don't get approved are still there to be viewed by everyone else.
Yes, I've noticed that the wiki itself is quite accurate and makes sure, and it voids the speculation and is what wiki's supposed to be, informative and get the facts straight. Moving on to the next question. Do you view yourselves as kind of like a consumer and/or cultural watchdog group for gamers, basically?
Ooh, no, not at Gamergate.me. But that's more of a startbutton.net question. What I mean, we would love, like we had on Gamergate.me, well, to be fair, it was a republication, but we republished an article by a guy who goes by the name of Ethics Auditor, who is actually he's a professional auditor, not really in the field of journalism ethics, but he does his thing. And he's been we've kind of lost contact with him a bit, but he did an audit of the Polygon ethics policy, the one that they released, kind of pseudo, not really, but admittedly yes, as a response to Gamergate. And he basically mopped the floor with Polygon's ethics policy. It was a total joke, and I would absolutely love to publish more stuff like that. The only question is, how do you get it? Because, I could theoretically, if I could theoretically do the work and criticize ethical policies issued by journalists, but I don't. Writing as an anonymous source, I mean, to be honest, I don't have the background of that these types of people have. So I mean, as Gamergate.me staff, I can't really claim to be a voice of authority on journalism ethics, even though I did actually study journalism ethics in college. But I'm not going to claim that that's my area of expertise. So I don't see this as a watchdog, but if Gamergate itself publishes or has people with authority on journalism ethics that can issue these kinds of watchdog types of critiques of ethics policies or of ethical malpractice, then I would absolutely love to publish that, because it's about, like I said before, it's about having a record. It's about having a record that speaks for Gamergate, and that has absolutely nothing to do with PR. But PR is a consequence. Like when I talk about PR, well, all I mean by trying to distance Gamergate.me from a PR type of site is that I don't believe that the PR war is winnable, because it's a war that's weighted in the favor of the journalists. They will always control the narrative. They will always be able to shift the goalposts. So in my opinion, there's no point in even playing them at their own game. That's why I take a humongously laissez-faire type of approach with it trying to influence Gamergate. I'd much rather Gamergate just do its own thing, and I don't particularly want to get so involved in micromanaging Gamergate. Anyway, I'm like, you've let me talk, and I've just gone off on a complete tangent from the original question. So
That's all right. But to address on the last thing you said, so basically, Gamergate.me isn't like it isn't the base for Gamergate. It's not like it's more of a it's its own. how do I describe compartmentalized section of it for a specific purpose of
I mean,
relaying accurate information.
in some respects, it could be because, like one of the things that we really wanted to do with the wiki is to provide a basis for ops to be controlled and issued and publicized there. So instead of, for example, because what happened before Gamergate.me was you had people like Jade Fox doing boycott goals of the day, and uh, people would just hang around Twitter, twiddling their thumbs, waiting for someone on Twitter to tweet out who they should be emailing. Um, and that wasn't particularly the most efficient means of communicating ops, because if you miss that tweet and you're not following someone who retweets it an hour later, then you've missed the boycott goal of the day. So one of the things that we really wanted to do with the wiki was to have a basis that would like a platform that was open for all to be to edit, that would do live, up-to-date changes and updates of ops that are currently ongoing. So in some respects, yes, but only in terms of resources, not in terms of policy. We've had instances where people have wanted to, issue kind of like somewhere halfway between demands on behalf of Gamergate, what they think Gamergate should be demanding, or like getting close into like manifesto type of territory for Gamergate, and they wanted to publish that on Gamergate.me. And we've been kind of hesitant toward that because we could publish that kind of stuff with impartiality, distancing ourselves from it with like a huge disclaimer saying that just because this is published on Gamergate.me doesn't mean that any of us actually support it, and this is only published because it exists rather than because any of us support it. And this is the author, and this is who backs it, this is who supports it, and if you want to give your opinion of it, you can comment in the fields below. But that's been a very sort of controversial issue inside it, in within our staff discussing that type of stuff. So yeah, to wrap up your question, Gamergate.me could be a site that represents Gamergate, but only insofar as information and resources go. We don't want to be sort of the de facto host of demands or that kind of like ideology side, because that's inviting a lot of conflict and disagreement that we don't have the capacity to host discussions in the same like that those kinds of things would deserve. On our blog we have a comments section. On our wiki we have a wiki editors discussion, but those are very limiting forms of discussion. For discussion of big issues like that, we've always deferred to communities like Kotaku in Action or 8chan or so on and so forth. So, no, I've been asked this question before, like, why isn't Gamergate.me trying to be like a one-stop shop, like where we construct a forum and then we have news aggregation from people like Ralph Retort and so on and so forth, and One Angry Gamer. And it's because we don't really have the capacity to do that. So no, we're never going to be in a position, unless something really strange happens. We're never going to be in a position where we become like a one-stop shop kind of thing for Gamergate.
Right, and I believe that is the nature of Gamergate as a whole, really. It's decentralized. There's no one center place. A lot of people like to flock to Kotaku in Action. A lot of people like to flock to 8chan, Twitter, and Gamergate.me, and some people even use Tumblr. And I think where reach goes is I think there are people actually I involved in Facebook, but I don't use that website, so I wouldn't know. Um, a question that was presented by someone in the chat that I was meaning to bring up about operations. Um, when it comes, I've noticed that some operations are listed on the wiki with participation guides even. How do you determine which operations get highlighted and which ones are irrelevant?
Um, the let's see. Let me see what's on the wiki. Are you talking about like on the main page? Like
Um,
some of those are listed on the main page.
Not necessarily on the main page, but in general. Like there are some like I've noticed that you have Operation Disrespectful Nod, Operation Baby Seal, Operation UV, and Rebuild Initiative, for instance. Um, like basically, how do you determine which ones do receive coverage and which ones are just plain old silly? Like for as an obvious example, op post loots.
As far as I know, it entirely depends on whether the ops are submitted to the wiki. So it depends on the users of the wiki. Um, obviously, our user base on the wiki is limited, so our user base can't account for everything. So I mean, if somebody from Outpost Ludes wants to write a really kick-ass wiki article about Outpost Ludes, I have absolutely nothing against that. It's no problem with me. I have no objection. I would defer the answer to the wiki editors themselves. So
I,
you would
I
have
think
to, yeah, you
I
were
think a
saying?
lot of it has to do with the amount of people that support it and get involved with it. So if it becomes like a big operation that actually has um, like actual goals to it, then I think that those kind of get promoted more. But we don't really do any promotion like ourselves, like besides the main page, which anyone can really edit the main page and then it can be approved by an editor. Which for some reason there's no Operation UV in the main page. It used to be there. But like if you know these operations aren't really like announced or supported by us in any way. We just list we just list the wiki pages for them. I don't besides what's on the main page, we don't really do any promotional for those kind of things that much. So it's all up to the community to decide that.
Okay, so oh, uh, what was there? It was in the question I had. Um, oh, okay, so basically the wiki is majoritarily from like nine. So would you say that the wiki is community driven, not dictated? There's no like ordered structure where there's a bureaucracy that decides what articles go up and not. It's just a matter of what the community works on, discusses, and ultimately implements.
There is there is a power structure kind of to it. It's just the editors that approve it. And actually, I think anyone can make a wiki page, and I think it gets auto approved. Not sure about that, and I'm not sure if I have to fix that. So you can technically make a wiki page and it show up. Um, but it's mostly what the community puts into it. Um, I mean, a lot of the edits are actually well, when I don't say a lot of edits, I look at some of the view history. Um, but the majority of the content gets pulled in by the editors, but all the stuff is community driven. So I get like people that talk to me on Twitter or emails about getting their ops put on the wiki. They use that as like a communication tool for that. And so yeah, it's that's what we kind of wanted the wiki for, because the main site was a more controlled um, like view of it with editors um, and certain kinds of information. As you can see, there's only like a few like information pages on the actual Gamergate.me main site. All that stuff is in the wiki, and that's what people link out and contribute to. That this is where we put our information on for everything else. So that's it's community driven for a reason.
Okay, moving on to another question. Um, I noticed that you have a lot of charities listed on the website, and you have a lot of information about them. What participation does Gamergate.me have, or rather, I should say, not participation, but involvement, does Gamergate.me have with the charities? Do you just report them, or is there more of a proactive a push for them, for basically not the charity? Not that is to clarify, not the charities themselves, but basically the the people trying to the efforts used in raising the funding for the charities on behalf of Gamergate.
Gamergate has, we just list the charities really. I mean, like right now I have two people, um, in, right now that are just sending me like DMs and emails about charities to put on it. We just put them onto the page really and kind of give them exposure. That's the purpose of the charity page. Um, and if it's Gamergate related, and it has to do with Gamergate in any way, we put those on the charity page. Um, Even if they are kind of silly, like the Leigh Alexander birthday one.
Yeah, I was actually there when that Leigh Alexander charity actually did start. That was a case where uh, I believe that one would have had a lot better success if it didn't have her name in the description page of it,
Yeah,
or rather,
nobody seemed to like that one. And
Well, actually, no,
understandably
hold on.
so.
I get notifications about their donations through the site kind of often.
Currently, we're waiting for the Indiegogo fundraiser that Canoness Julie at Milky Candy started for the I forget his name. He's Matt Taylor. The It's Matt
Oh,
Taylor, isn't it? Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So it's basically going to be a huge it's going to be a huge charity donation because they originally raised funds to buy him a present, but he was reluctant to receive that present for understandable reasons. So that's going to turn into a big donation to a charity, and we're just right now we're just waiting for that to run through because obviously Indiegogo is not it's not really a traditional means of raising funds for charity, so it's currently, it's not a guaranteed situation. So we're basically waiting for confirmation, and then we'll add that to the list. But no, we aren't really involved in the creation of these charity initiatives. We just sort of report on them, as you said.
Well, one we were, I haven't gotten to it, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to get to it. I tried, at the beginning of Gamergate.me, we had that autism charity that got removed because of someone who has autism knew about that organization and that they did some malicious things. And we removed it, and we wanted to get a new charity up. And I contacted Loping, multiple times, and
Oh, no, 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 no! It wasn't Loping who arranged that one. I forget his name, but I think
no,
it
no, no,
was a
I'm
different.
not saying that. Hold on. I
Yeah.
wanted Loping to make a new charity because his name has power to these charities. But that kind of fell off, because he had made a few charities, a couple charities that week or something like that, and after that we stopped discussing it, and just remembered about that just now. But I mean, I don't really know how to make these charities, so I was hoping someone else can make a new autism charity because that was the most popular charity on the site until we had to remove it. Um, And also in terms of other charities that are waiting right now, there's the one that just got announced right now was the Brazers charity. Uh, this guy told me about this charity like 30 days ago. I'm looking at my Twitter DMs. Like 30 days ago, he told me about this charity, and it's just now coming to the light right now.
Sorry, the what charity?
What?
What charity?
It's a it's a charity that involves Brazers. It's like a
Brazer's the porn site.
Yeah, and it's being helped organized
What?
by Mercedes,
Oh,
And
fair enough. Okay, cool.
yes, I
Hey,
mean, I
exactly
told
what are
you.
they? What exactly? How? What are they trying to do for Brazers?
I don't remember what the exact thing is. I think I have it here somewhere. No, I did not. I forgot what they're. Oh wait, hold on. There's a. I'll link it in the stream chat. Fuck you. Um, fucking YouTube doesn't let you link anything in the chat.
What I usually do
Hold
is
on.
I take the dot and I replace it with bracket dot, and that usually works. And sometimes you have to replace a slash with bracket slash.
Hopefully this works. There we go.
Aha! Hooray for loopholes. That's
I'm
right.
not sure if it's related to the space shit thing. But there's a link to a thread about it um,
On HN?
on HN, and I just linked it. And you got to remove the spaces between the dots that I put in. So that's one charity that someone's contacted me about, and there's another one in my email that I can't find right now. This is actually a problem. I have unanswered emails that I marked them as read, and people think I'm ignoring them, but I don't mean it.
They
But
got hurt feels, bro. You hurting the feels. They can
I
only
can't
take so
find my
much.
emails. All right, well that's it for that.
Okay, moving on then. I did have another question in mind. What was it? Oh, since our last conversation about startbutton.net, has there been many,
Has there been
has there,
any progress on it so far? Or?
yeah,
Yes. Hold on about this, because also I'm eating some pizza. Give me a second.
No problem.
Let me get to the product site. All right, so this week has been really busy, and we haven't, well, so that with the starting of the development, we have to map out a lot of what has to be done, and create like data models and stuff like that. And I wouldn't say lazy, but I've been kind of busy with stuff because all the happenings, the HAN stuff, the I have real life clients that suddenly started popping up again. Um, but this weekend, I'm hoping to get some more stuff done. But we've created a lot more detailed policy stuff since then. Not nothing that's still exactly decided on. But we've also, after talking to people on V and people messaging me about features, we're expanding the idea of Start Button. It started out as an idea, for um, you know, critic review and aggregating those reviews to user review stuff to a game database. And now we're thinking, if we can, we're thinking about making it into kind of like a game social network in a way. Um, with on top of all of that, uh, because people are looking for something else that's beyond Twitter, and now people are also asking about forums. I'm not even sure about that. Um, but in terms of like how like the site works, Martyr and I and some of the others have been, doing some minor, polish to those ideas. Again, nothing's final yet because because the whole idea about hold on a second. The fuck, I lost it. What was the last thing I was saying?
you were talking about the progress on startbutton, or rather the future plans of it.
Thanks, Martyr. Fuck, you fucked me up.
I'm
Uh,
sorry. I didn't know what you're talking about.
we're always discussing these things, and you're never in those chats because you're
Well, it's because
moving.
I'm super busy.
Uh, um, fuck, I can't think about it.
um,
Messed up my groove.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's hilarious, though.
Fuck.
You were talking about the whole idea, and then you cut off.
I
Something
don't
about
remember what I was gonna say
the
now.
whole idea, like the whole idea. Come on, man. It's got to be important if it's the whole idea.
I guess not.
As I recall, you were saying that basically you wanted to start up a social community for gamers, basically as an alternative platform or something like that.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, we have goals to set out for the launch of the site. Um, right now, I kind of place the social networking aspect of it more like a Twitter kind of thing, but without the limitation on the characters. Um, I'm hoping for that to be, at launch, but there's priorities to the site. We're prioritizing the database and the review stuff. Right now, it's set as a milestone for the first milestone. Um, and sorry, people keep messaging me about this now. Yes, there's social network aspects. Sherry Vegas. God damn it! Everyone keeps
Just forget
railing me.
about your messages. Turn them off. Just
I
turn them
can't.
off.
It's IRC. It keeps beeping.
Dude, slash away stops you from receiving notifications and highlights.
But then I'm ignoring people, and that's not nice.
Don't deal with it.
Um. So yeah, we're focusing on those user review aggregation and the changing up how the score stuff is first. But we're also thinking about expanding it into other areas. Make it into a place that people can discuss games and give their opinions on things and talk like Twitter, even if it means shit posting on it, like me on Twitter. It doesn't matter. Maybe it can be a new place for that.
Okay, so it's basically you're putting basically the top priority is getting the review aggregate side of things, and then the second priority would be the social network.
The
Second,
top
second,
priority, the absolute top priority is getting user reviews right. That's the absolute top priority. Second
um,
priority is getting user reviews of journalists and journalism reviews right. That's
I
the
think
second priority.
yeah, I think I just remembered what I was gonna say that before Martyr fucked me over. Um, there's the idea of getting like fairness and getting the algorithm right and having the right system because like we made a thread on V about it and we started discussing things and people just had wildly different ideas of their ideal system and I started realizing that this is not going to be something that well, I didn't say realize I don't mean realize because I knew it before I made the thread but it just hammered the point that no matter what we make, someone's going to be upset about the how fair it is or how abusable it is. Everything's going to be abusable, but we're trying to find the least abusable, most fair system that we can find and think of at the moment, and it's not easy. It's Martyr. You know, I showed Martyr the thread, and he kind of talked in the thread, and he had wildly different opinions about what everyone else was talking about. So it's so difficult because we're trying to have a different system and be as fair as possible because we're trying to be, the
Mhm.
fair review point site.
It's really not that difficult.
Shut
It's
the
really
fuck
not
up,
that difficult.
Martyr. It's fucking
It's
hard.
really,
Yes, you
It's because
matter.
it's
you're just
really
one
not that
fucking
difficult.
person in it.
All you gotta do is listen to me, man. I know what's up.
That's the fucking thing. We can't just fucking listen to only you. Yeah, you're the one who's
Mama.
deciding on the policy stuff, but we can't have only your number one autism theory on it. I mean, it has been one of the better, the best, plans, but whatever, we should probably incorporate other things to it besides just the martyr theory.
Uh-huh, okay, sure.
Okay.
There
Okay.
is, yeah,
Oh, go ahead,
there is
Lupo.
other things that do need that you can incorporate it. It's very, it has to be mostly optional things, as in they're not requirements when it comes to putting on reviews. As in you can, do like a little drop down to add more stuff to the reviews, but they all have to be optional.
What?
What do you
When it
mean?
comes to reviews for people, when it comes to categorical reviews. But if you're talking about the up-down vote system, the voting system, that kind of stuff like that, yeah, that's really, really challenging to make sure people want to use it. Have you ever considered going to GitHub and talking to people there as
GitHub?
well? Yeah, GitHub.
GitHub?
I think so. Hold
Git,
on.
GitHub? Not,
Let me make sure I'm not thinking of the right
why
thing.
GitHub?
Hold on. Let me make sure I'm thinking of the right place first. Boop, 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 boop.
Wouldn't Get Good be the better site for this?
See, when you say about the abusability of the the upvote downvote thing, um, I really don't I really don't think it is that abusable because it's going to be actively policed by the users, and uh, every vote for or against something, be it a review by a user, be it a review by a critic, be it by a critic themselves or a website themselves, that's going to be dependent on a coefficient that is dynamically calculated based on that user's um, based on that user's how do I phrase this, like how good of a user they actually are on the site. And that's going to be, if you're the type of, like, it's not going to work how it does on Metacritic or IMDb even. Like on IMDb, for example, you can just create a profile, and that's all you need, and you don't even need to actually write any reviews in order to rate films that you've watched. You can just, go to any film whatsoever, rate it an 8 or a 9 or whatever, and then you'll have a backlog connected to your account of all the films that you've reviewed, and obviously, based on, for example, the IMDb algorithm, uh, yeah, if you are just, you know, giving numerical reviews and not written reviews, yes, the weight that you're calculated in is not the who. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the YouTube video from the avatar. Uh, but yeah, basically, we're it's not going to be so simple uh, that it's abusable by just spamming upvotes from multiple sock puppet accounts. It's not going to be that simple. New accounts are going to start with a coefficient that means that the weight of their decisions and their votes are very, very, very low, and depending on how how hard they how hard they contribute and how hard they work, then their coefficient will go up, and therefore the value of their inputs will go up.
Okay, that sounds great, and I'm looking for. I am really hoping that Start Button is the what new media alternative for game reviews and for basically for community game reviews in the future. And I have full confidence in that project, unlike another one I could mention, but they pro
Oh, well, that's very kind of you to say.
um another
Just don't get the wrong idea about me saying about how the we're not completely set on well, and for me, in my opinion, I don't know about Martyr, but I think it's important to question all these methods as much as possible so that we have a system that is most agreeable upon by everyone.
I agree.
Oh,
That's part of the ideas of a meritocracy. Like every good idea gets weighed and valued accordingly, and that's we shouldn't turn off our skeptical lenses when it comes to new ideas, because otherwise we will end up like well, this is just my opinion. This is just my opinion personally. We will basically end up like the situation where it'll just start from it'll go back to square one with the whole corruption journalism thing.
Mhm.
Moving on to another question. Recently, there was an upshake at 8chan in which there was a big migration to a new board. Drybones, you were instrumental in that. Can you give us the whole story behind that?
Okay, so what happened was that me and Blade were in IRC talking about how we can change the policy of slash GG because we were getting flack from Pole because we mostly some other volunteers we were you know a lot of there was like some Pole spam on the site and we started deleting those because we've always been thinking about GG being a screenshot paradise for like SRH bots and people like that. So we decided that we were going to change that policy to what Gamergate is now. But while we were discussing that, Nico was talking on Twitter about getting the bird back. So he tweeted out about that, and then he contacted Hot Wheels about it, and Hot Wheels talked to me and Blade about it, and then after some discussion, me and Blade not me, but Blade decided to give it back to Nico. So Nico got the bird back, and he posted on a thread about it, and I guess people were really mad about it, and they started, shit posting in that thread. Uh, we had someone in our group make the new board because I thought it was kind of a dumb idea, honestly, to make a new board. Because why would someone move from GG to somewhere else? So he gave the bird to Blade, and we announced after that okay, me and Blade have our own new board, and then people started flipping the fuck out on GG and posting like I've never seen such a shitstorm on a board since that SP shit on 4chan after during Gamergate. Um, yeah, and then people started going to slash Gamergate, and that's what happened. And now, I guess Nico is making his board into uh, something else that appeals to the other side of Gamergate.
Can you give us a bit of background about this Nico character because he sounds very controversial?
Oh, he's my boyfriend. No, I'm just kidding. I don't
Oh
know what to
my
say.
god.
I'm just kidding. I I don't really know much about Nico, really, besides what what happens on Twitter.
Hmm.
I mean, like, are you talking about like what he did?
Yeah, because from what I am aware of the story, Nico was an admin at the H slash GG, and then he apparently abused his power, and so Hot Wheels revoked it. But then Hot Wheels later reevaluated the situation and gave it back.
No, here's what happened. Okay, so Nico made the original bird on 8chan. It was called slash. Okay, I can't say the word burgers. And then after I think the exodus from 4chan, at some point it changed to slash GG. After Nico got Hot Wheels to kind of migrate the bird to that. Um, and at some time after that, I'm not sure how long it was. Nico, he didn't abuse. I'm gonna say abuse his powers because it's not the reason why it happened. But he had made Pterodax a volunteer mod on the GG board. Now, Pterodax didn't do anything bad as far as Nico claims, because he apparently only did like moderation in the few minutes that he was a mod.
That's
Um,
actually never been confirmed 100% that Pterodax was actually a mod. There were a lot of rumors. He basically the only thing that's been confirmed so far is that I mean, first of all, I don't even know if you, John, I don't. Do you know who Pterodax is?
No, I've only heard rumors about this guy. Apparently, he's someone who's a troll or even a mole for the for the opposition.
No, he's not. I don't, well, I mean, to be honest, I can't really speak for him, but I don't think he's a mole for the opposition. But basically, yeah, he's a massive troll. He was he posted a pic a long time ago where he was. It's basically the thing about I mean, I don't know, but the thing about Pterodax, he has this face, right? He has these like he has a very particular set of eyebrows. And he looks like a nutcase. So he posted a picture of himself with a knife, with a very disturbed-looking smile, with a sign saying something along the lines of, um, I can't remember, it's something along the lines of like, I support Gamergate because I want to kill all women, and he's holding a picture of a knife.
Yeah, I
And that
remember that one.
yeah, that created a humongous shitstorm. And ever since, well, I mean, he was infamous in Gamergate before then, but yeah, he's basically like carpet bomb strategy of trolling. So I mean, to be honest, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's not the type of person that you'd want moderating Gamergate, and that seemed to be the consensus of all of the 8chaners. So as soon as as soon as people from 8chan got whiff that Pterodax might become a mod of GG, everyone sort of freaked out, and that caused Nico to lose his.
no, hold the fuck on. I'm not done with the story. Okay, so after that happened, Hot Wheels claimed that Nico's account must have been hacked because who would make Pterodax a mod? So he took away his account. A month later, after Nico talked to Javier said he was in the wrong because he thought that his account was hijacked, or something like that. So he gave it back to him because he was kind of not in the right of doing that, and that's, yeah, people freaked out about Pterodax, and he made a joke about that when he came back to control of it, and that's one of the reasons why people freaked out the first time and the second time. So kind of funny.
So essentially, the deal was that it was basically an enaction of a contingency plan where Hot Wheels has a plan where whenever he believes that a board moderator is not or rather a volunteer, like a board owner, is not in control of their board anymore. And I think that's what went down.
Okay. So that does kind of like leave some clarification. I do notice that we do have Nico in the chat. Would you guys object if we invite him on?
I don't care.
Okay. So Nico, I am going to extend the invitation to you, and actually anyone else who really wants to come and ask for some Q&A, you can tweet at jkellytwit, follow me, and I can send you a DM to the chat, and we'll have people on one at a time, and we'll give them about around 15 minutes each. If you've watched the Sargon streams with the community streams that he does, that's basically the format that I prefer to go for, and that's what we'll be using when we do invite other people on.
I've just been reading the chat, and Nico says he wants to get Pterodax in here. I would love for Pterodax and Nico. That'd be great.
That's just going to be a fantastic day. You should tweet that out to the world and let them know that Pterodax and Nico are going to join after they do.
That would be hilarious.
Okay.
Battle Royale now. No survivors.
Warning though, we are never going to be able to fully disassociate ourselves from Pterodax or Nico after this day.
The world, every so often, I like to drop a Tsar bomb, and every so often, which thanks to Dry Bones, but I'm not gonna say what for, but thanks to Dry Bones, um, that I was able to do so, and it was very successful. It was almost like a precision detonation. But yeah, it's great. It's fantastic when you're able to do that.
Okay. Um, Speaking of shitposting wars, um, one of someone who has notoriety within Gamergate has recently rubbed you, Moltar, the wrong way.
Yeah.
Miss Miss Critical Kelly. Um, what are your
Oh
thoughts on
my
this person?
God, no! Don't get into this. All right, okay. What do you want to know?
Um,
Details.
well, basically, I just want to know what's the whole battle with her and the rest of like GG. Um, I've noticed that over time she's become less and less living up to her name. Like the moniker Comedy Kelly has been associated with to her with by multiple people.
Oh, really? I thought I was the one who made that up.
No, I think it started with you, but I noticed other people actually got in on that because um, it's like it's people like Critical Kelly and Mackenzie Kelly that give Kelly's a bad name, to be honest.
Look, I mean, I don't want to talk shit about Critical Kelly.
Oh,
I
that's
kind
fine.
of I kind of feel bad about I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what happened yesterday, to be honest, because my reading of events, like I've talked to her privately, and my reading of events seems to be completely different to hers. And I kind of I accept that I have a very unique sense of humor in that I have a very self-deprecating sense of humor. I love to role play when I'm being humorous, and um, I couldn't tell whether she was being serious or, trying to play me at my own game. And I kind of got a bit carried away, and things sort of just snowballed from there. So we got into this huge situation, which I later apologized for just out of courtesy because I felt that I'd probably gone overboard with trolling her or trying to humiliate her or trying to embarrass her, and I didn't want to. For me, the most important thing is trust, and I don't want to be I don't want to put anyone in Gamergate in a position where they feel like I've compromised their trust. And that's just a matter of courtesy rather than of making friends or making alliances. I just don't want to be that guy that's a leak or that's not trustworthy because I don't think that's who I am and I don't think that's who I proved myself to be through my actions.
Right.
Um, so I offered an olive branch. Um, I'm not gonna disclose her reaction to that because that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's at her discretion to disclose. I don't want to put pressure on her um, because, to be honest, I was actually very unaware of Critical Kelly's situation before yesterday. Um, I know that she's accused me of stalking her and a lot of other things, which are pretty funny to me. But I had literally no idea of her situation before this, and I had no idea that so many people were basically shitting on her on a daily basis. And I was a bit surprised and shocked to find out that I don't know if she's been heckling other people to the same extent that I feel that she's been heckling me, but that's none of my business either way, to be honest. So
Right.
I'm just concerned about um, the things that I've done uh, uh, regarding her. And that's pretty much all I have to say about the situation with Critical Kelly. I don't want to make a big deal of it. I don't want to like, to be honest, there's been a whole bunch of crap lately. Like, I don't know what's been up with the past week or so, but people have been trying to drag me into drama about complete crap, and I've not been very impressed with it. I've just been trying to like do my thing, and
Oh, please, let me clarify here. I didn't mean to like suggest that. I just thought it was a basic shit posting war between the two
oh
of you.
no, 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 I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about other people. What happened happened, and it happened publicly, so I fully expected to be asked about it on this stream. But I'm talking about the whole like it's such a cliche at this point, the e-celeb drama. It's just total crap. I don't understand why Gamergate is
Well,
sort of becoming dominated by these kinds of spats. It's just I mean it must be just because it's been going on for so long.
I agree. It's because of that, and also because honestly, it's kind of fun to watch people just like take
It
shots.
is kind of fun, and I see the fun in it as well. That's why I kind of feel bad because I enjoy it so much. I just enjoy trolling the crap out of people. So that's my own fault. Um, and it's that's how it is.
Yeah, I agree that basically this campaign has gone for a long time, so people do get burnt out, and they do kind of they do just take shots at each other, and sometimes it's fun, and sometimes it's a little across the line. It depends on the situation, the context. Like for me personally, yeah, I've taken shots at her myself, but honestly, I think that maybe we should just lay off her. Like if she's there's no one that I really see in like when it comes to an issue of trust in Gamergate, I really think that we should be more trusting of each other in general. If someone says there's something and you have no reason to doubt them, there's no reason to get paranoid in general. Like, yeah, there's some people you might not want to associate with who you might be skeptical of, but ultimately, we are all on the same page. Like a lot of discussions, disagreements we have, it's just one little detail that we disagree with. And I've seen, and I'm basing this on observations of conversations I've had with people and streams I've watched, where people will be all in agreement, but there's a certain choice of words being used in the conversation, and then and then they'll just like argue for an hour over it, and it does kind of come across as pointless. Where if they just basically have a little bit more of let this person talk, let this person talk, let this person talk kind of format, those issues could be resolved. So when it comes to the whole drama thing, it's really just a waste of time. And unfortunately, it has made certain people jaded. So in the future, like what I'd like to see is the community just being like, all right, let's just take this stuff in private. Let's like when it comes to actual drama, if it's just shit posting, go for it. Like I do enjoy seeing a little spats, and I've seen this done in completely friendly context where like there's no issue of like who's being serious about what, and I think that's when it's done best.
I mean, to some extent, yes. To some extent, no. I mean, you could phrase it as being like, little elements of language, but little elements of language, they do tend to have a grand consequence to overall strategy and overall interpretation. So, I mean, yeah, if you want to go from like a stereotypical like image borders perspective on this kind of stuff, yes, I would say Gamergate has paid far too much attention on language. But that's just image board culture. Anywhere outside of that, language has huge implications, and I'm sorry, but you just have to deal with it. I mean, that doesn't mean that you need to police your language. Like I have no interest in policing people's senses of humor. Like I have a very, very controversial and abrasive um, sense of humor, as is evident from this crap that happened with Critical Kelly just last night. But so I'm not in any position whatsoever to dictate to people how they should phrase their language. But at the same time, if you have if you're it's ultimately like it's for in my opinion it's the big issues that matter the most. It's things like uh, do you want to have a council for Gamergate, and do you want to issue a manifesto for Gamergate, or do you want to issue demands on behalf of Gamergate? Those are the big issues, and those could be, you could issue a statement that has tiny little elements of language that are the tipping points between being a manifesto for Gamergate or not being a manifesto for Gamergate. And so that would be one instance where, small pieces of language would end up having huge consequences in what you're actually publishing and what the implications of it are. That's the type of thing that I'm worried about. That's the type of thing that I'm interested in. Whenever someone does something along those lines, that shows me motivations that bring up a red flag in my eye. Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Although I do have to disagree in one sense. What was it? I don't. I lost my train of thought. Um, I, I do agree that yeah, I think it's just a matter. I think it's just a matter of growing pains. At the end of the day, it's like we do have to like. It's going to be inevitable if you have a community this size and this large that people are going to disagree, and not everyone's going to like everybody. But ultimately, it's not a topic that I like dwelling on for too long. Um, Honestly, I only brought the whole thing up because I thought I just thought it was basically a shit posting spat between you and Kelly, and I didn't see it as anything more than that, really. So, uh, moving on, we do have a new guest on who was requested to come on. Um, Hello.
Glad to be here. I'm Zan. I'm also known from IRC as Max Seb. I've recently started doing my own Gamergate streams and talks. I had a really successful one last night, and I just wanted to drop in, especially since we were talking about the migration, the board migration. I could probably lend a little bit of words to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so basically, my perspective when it happened was just as somebody who had been active in the consumer world, had been active in things, and just as a participant of the GG board and everything else. I was not in staff or anything like that. So this is sort of the common person's perspective, and maybe that will make things a little bit more clear. Basically, what had happened was this Pterodax person in the past had not only followed at the conspiracy in the very, very early days of Gamergate, but had accepted Steam key gifts from her. However minor a gift that was, that did happen, and I still have pictures to prove it, as do many other people on 8chan. So if anybody questions that, I will gladly provide proof. But besides that point, regardless of whatever side he was on or what happened later on, the point was that somebody who engaged in actions like that and who had questionable intentions, questionable affiliations. The whole point of Gamergate is ethics problems, right? So for somebody like that, even to be modded as a joke, that was taken very, very badly. But in all fairness to Nico, the reason that the board migration happened was not necessarily because of that from the past or even because of anything he did when he came back and sort of reappeared. There were a myriad of problems actually with Gamergate at the time. It had stalled because of infighting. A lot of people with the poll and the slash poll and the slash V communities on both 8chan and 4chan had become disassociated with things just because there had been too much e-celeb drama and too much infighting as a result of that, and different people's opinions, and so it had really fragmented. It was a bad thing, and because of that, there was a lot of anger. And I think that when Nico came back, he just kind of got the shit end of the stick. Really, he just kind of stepped in it. And plus past anger for the Pterodax thing, and I have to say that was in bad taste. I mean, I don't care if that was a joke or what that was. That guy should never have been let within 15 feet of any kind of power position. Because the whole hang up again with Gamergate is, besides ethics violations, is okay, we got knocked off of 4chan by censorship. So now you're going to let, one of these questionable characters. That's exactly how that came to be, as I'm sure is moot, letting people, whether under pressure or whatever the case be, letting questionable people take over leadership positions as janitors and moderators. That's how that whole thing eventually happened. So the notion of that did not sit well with anybody. So people just said, fuck it. We don't care what the other board is. If slash Gamergate had not been there, someone would have made another Gamergate board, or everyone would have just moved the whole thing to poll or V or something like that. It just, right moment, right time. But a lot of good things did come out of it. A lot of people who had become disassociated, came back. I think a lot of things that had become inactive, like a lot of the operations and email campaigns, became active again, and and honestly, the shitposting board that GG became, I mean, it serves a function. People get mad and frustrated, and now they can go in there and vent that frustration.
It's largely become a lot of porn. That's all I'm gonna say.
Did you say Steam
well,
keys?
Yeah, it was. God, you haven't seen that picture?
You mean Smash Brother demo keys?
Yeah, it was something stupid. I mean, it wasn't a substantial gift, but still. I mean, it's like, okay, you're taking gifts from At the Conspiracy in the middle of everything that's happening. And this was, this was in the early days of things, but it was still when she was already under scrutiny and people were already starting to ask questions. So, people go back and they look at that. It's like, okay, well, you were close to this person, and okay, now we're going to mod this person in the future, and that's just okay, even as a joke, and that's just okay. I mean, no, it's not okay. Nobody wants people like that to have any kind of power. It would be similar to suggesting that we mod King of Pole and say, okay, you run the entire narrative now. Good, good luck. That's fucking bullshit, and nobody's gonna put up with that.
Well, you almost had that in terms of Nico posting those tweets he had with King of Pole.
I don't even.
Actually,
Yeah.
I think
I'm not
more
even
people were worried about the King of Pole thing than Pterodax at that point. I think that's kind of funny. That
Well,
the idea of King of Pole being associated with the owner of the bird is actually worse than Pterodax. I think that's hilarious.
it's pretty
I
bad.
would love to see a board that is moderated by Nico and King of Pole and Pterodax. I would love to see what happens if
It would be a mix of shitposting and neo-Nazi memorabilia.
Yeah. Don't forget Desu. There'll be a lot of Desu. That has to be Desu. Yeah. But it was it's just the same thing that is held true of Gamergate. And this is what I told King of Pole on Twitter a few days ago when there was more drama going on. I told him Gamergate has a way of serving up karma. It's a consumer revolt, which means it's a bunch of people who want freedom of speech and freedom of expression. So if you ever get crossways with that and you try to dictate to them a narrative, this is why I don't think a council will work, because the whole concept of a bunch of people dictating a narrative, like, that would just get blown the fuck out so fast. It would be the same as this. People would just say, no, fuck it, we're not listening to you. No, fuck it, we're going to shitpost we're going to brigade you. I mean, and it's really toxic like that. But I think that it's key to what the whole thing really is. I mean,
That sounds like a self-correction mechanism as like an autoimmune response, which is that if we don't like you, go fuck off. But also, I created a group chat so that way people could talk to each other more directly. Instead, because some people just don't like 8chan, they just don't like it.
yeah, there's
I talk to people all the time. Fuck 8chan. Like, what? You don't even know it. You haven't been there.
Yeah, no, I do know what you mean, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with more communication and group chats and things like that, but this is one of the things that people have actually been talking a lot about in recent days. Is obviously Monday Matt a couple of times. I think he's backed away from it a bit now, but he had been for about a solid week there. He'd been really strongly sort of advocating this idea of a Gamergate council, and he was not the only one. I know Oliver Campbell talked about it. And it was not well received in comments or in Twitter. And one of the things Matt was saying was like, well, I don't understand why this isn't a good idea. And it's like, because it is the same exact thing. It is an autoimmune response, and basically it's very simple. People want the freedom to do what they want, say what they want, and act how they want. in relation to perceived censorship. That is and ethics violations. That is the core of what Gamergate is and has always been. So when you start saying, I'm going to make a council that's going to dictate the narrative, or I'm going to make a council that will act as the central nervous system, or this, that, or the other thing, that's no. It's no wonder that nobody perceives it well, because that's not what it's about.
Then you
That's
had a
not,
more practical reason for that, which was the whole Games Journal Pro, where you had journalists conspiring with each other to set narratives, or in a couple of cases, blacklist people. So you have an actual reason why people would be against it more than just anti-authoritarianism.
Yeah, which
no,
is
no. That's not a fair comparison to make, because there are a lot of anti-Gamergate likes to throw around this whole idea because of the allegations of Skype groups being these secret cabals and stuff where Gamergate strategy is being discussed, and that's complete bullshit, by the way. But and even people within Gamergate themselves like to throw around conspiracy theories like this, like King of Pol himself does it. It's where Gamergate, there are secret Skype groups where people are colluding to push narratives to control and manipulate Gamergate. That's total crap. The reason why Game Journal pros and journalists are bullshit is because these people are supposed to be competing professionals, and that's the issue here. They're competing professionals, and they're colluding in a way that is anti-competitive. We as a part of Gamergate, we are consumers. We have no obligation to compete against each other as consumers. We aren't competing professionals. There's no such thing as like a professional consumer, and that's the issue here. And when you're talking about things like the council, the political considerations, I don't think I don't think that the political considerations of a council are the crux of an issue. That's more of an Occupy Wall Street type of situation, and yes, that is a huge deal to consider. So if you are creating, that's the difference between Gamergate being a consumer revolt and Gamergate being a movement. A movement is something that has a political direction. A consumer revolt is a resistive stance by an amorphous body of consumers. A movement has a political direction, and that's one of the main considerations with this type of council thing. But for me, that's not the main issue, because theoretically we could have um, a watchdog body promoted by Gamergate that would represent Gamergate, but would only push for ethical standards. And that would be something like, I'm not sure if you know what, do you know what ombudsmen are?
Mhm.
Ombudsmen are basically like professional solicitors or lawyers that are entrusted to do ethical audits of journalists and to ensure that ethical standards are being adhered to. Right now in video games journalism, as far as I know, I don't think there are any ombudsmen dealing with video game reviews. And again, this would be an industry, this would be sort of breaking new ground for an industry, because I don't think that there are ombudsmen for film critics or any such thing. I don't think that that's been done. But that's an avenue that we haven't looked into. The reason why the ultimate reason, because theoretically you could have this kind of authoritative uh, figurehead constructed by Gamergate for consumers to be a consumer watchdog, and that would be an ombudsman that simply looks at ethics and not political considerations or any ideological nonsense like that. But the reason why I think beyond that, a council of any kind, including ombudsman, would be a bad idea, is because right now, we only have the power of consumers. We don't have backing. We don't have. I mean, we have some backing, but we don't have official backing from the industry. That means that we don't have industry money. We don't have industry investment. And without that, I don't think that we can push for any kind of organization whatsoever. We just have to basically stand our ground as consumers and hope that the industry caters and bends to our tastes and preferences rather than trying to organize as an interest group and then getting blown the fuck out by, spin and PR, which we have no control over because, again, we're only consumers. Like, if we had industry backing and if we had industry investment, then we would have industry PR behind us. And then we'd be in a totally different ballpark because the way that I read this whole situation of Gamergate is that it's actually a power struggle between journalists and AAA devs. And the reason why the journalists are trying so hard to get us to, fight a war on two fronts and go after AAA devs is because they want to take away power from the devs over the industry and the influence that they have on consumer tastes and preferences.
Okay, going back to the what you said with the Game Journal's pros comparison, I still believe it's valid. Just because even though they should be competing, they're colluding. It's the fact that they're colluding and creating narrative of what to and not to report, which is where people would make the comparison between that and a Gamergate Council in terms of what we should and shouldn't be focusing on. That's why people would get so riled up and see that comparison. As for in terms of creating like an organization, I guess the closest we could make would be a 501c3 in terms of an advocacy group. That could work. It would just be an extremely difficult sell, and you'd have to find the most virtuous people to run that, the incorruptible, who everyone supports, and and they're in it just for the greater good as opposed to their own motives. Since we've been seeing a lot of people now rise up who just seem to have selfish motivations as opposed to proper end goals like reform in game journalism or just clearing up this whole mess as a whole. So it's a matter of, in terms for the rank and file, you gotta sell that and then just find the right and the best and the brightest we have to run like a advocacy group or watchdog like that to where it has legitimacy. Since you have to have legitimacy to it's like the developers and the publishers, but you also have legitimacy to the rank and file and people within Gamergate. Otherwise, they'll just rise up en masse and say, "Oh, this group doesn't really represent us. Don't listen to them," even if they do have the best interest of Gamergate at heart.
Yeah. See, you talk about legitimacy. That's exactly what I mean. Like, legitimacy is not just respect by consumers. Legitimacy is also power. And you can only get so much power by getting the support of consumers. You're going to have to get industry money one way or the other. It's unavoidable.
Well, the problem is, since this is a consumer revolt, you have to start with consumer power and then build up from there. You just can't get money from the developers, publishers, or the industry and then expect that the consumers will back you. That would be the issue.
The other question.
No, I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree.
The other question is, let's say that you did something like a 501c3. What would you use that money for? Who would be deciding what that money was used for? Where would the transparency be? The biggest thing, that you hit on was, well, even if you did that, what happens if that group, does something to become disingenuous? This entire thing is very reactionary, and it always will be. People are already, fed up with the media, the sort of media clique that now exists. And as if they weren't fed up enough, we find out today, overnight actually, that the 4 out of something like 20 judges, 4 or 5 out of 20 judges on that VGA panel that actually decided who won most of those awards, with the exception of the public segments, including Game of the Year, were all on the Game Journal Pros list and have already been implicated in many nasty backdoor dealings. And so with stuff like that going on, even now 3 months in, no changes were made to that roster. Same people, same kind of stuff. You set up a 501c3, you would have to be very transparent with the money and say, okay, so this amount of money is going to be used to support maybe this gaming, media and review site, or this amount of money is going to be used to support Gamergate.me, or this amount will be used to support StartButton.net, or so on and so forth, which are the only practical things I could see you doing with that kind of money. Anyway, would be supporting alternative startups to existing media fixtures, which I think is something probably worth considering, because right now a lot of people are asking for answers, like, what to do next, what to do next. I mean, that's one of the biggest, sentiments that I've gotten, especially around the ESLEP drama, is, well, what should we do next? We've attacked, we've done this, we've done that. What's the next step for Gamergate? Well, the next step is, first of all, it's more of a culture shift now, and less of, a movement or a consumer revolt. It's more, people are always now going to take journalists to tasks and take these media institutions to task over these things until real change occurs, or until they are so marginalized as to have no influence anymore. And part of that is creating, community websites that serve the same function as many of these big monoliths. And maybe, maybe a 501c3 could, aid in that somehow. But I think that's a slippery slope.
So you would advocate for transparency over secret meetings, in other words, basically.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're not going to get anywhere, otherwise. I think that's been proven at this point. Especially with the continuous outing of secret Skype, or not really secret, but private Skype conversations, private Twitter DMs and stuff, with the major e-celebs. Every time there's drama, they start outing each other's messages, or, people from different camps. Like, all that proves is that the secrecy does not work anymore, and it never really did. And, especially with, some kind of charity or activism group that would be handling, actual money on behalf of Gamergate, yeah, it would definitely have to be completely transparent. And the people, this is the other thing, the people running it would have to be, as I think Drybone said earlier, they would have to be, or Moltar, they would have to be people that are really supported, that are really, supported by everyone and are really popular. And stuff like what happened, with /GG, that would not be acceptable to anyone. No one would even support such a project to begin with if there was a suspicion that something like that could even happen. Because now we're talking about dealing with real dollars and cents here. We're not talking about, just people's ability to express their opinions. It's a little bit more when you start saying, okay, people are actually putting a piece of themselves in this. So, yeah, it would have to be transparent.
Well, hold on. I've been listening to this whole conversation, and I know we're still talking about this counter thing, right? Even if you, I still don't, I really don't get the conversation, not conversation, but like that whole idea, because no matter who you pick, it doesn't, people are gonna not like them, and are not, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the risk is there that, and I think it's more than a risk, I think it's a fact that people will, if you have a centralized group of any kind, including, like a council that is a 501c3, at least at this stage, you will constantly have infighting. Somebody will do something, stupid or unpopular. You'll start to have infighting, and then you will have, a king of poles situation. Only this time, you will have put, you will have made a significant gamble with people's spirit, and with, that not just spirit, but the narrative, and or if it was a 501c3, the money, of the whole thing, and you will have blown that all away. And so that's, I think that's something that, I just don't think it's a risk worth taking. I think that the council idea might be better, in the far future when, like something like I said happens, like the mainstream media outlets, with like the industry, basically like what was said earlier, like the industry eventually bends to, what the consumer wants, and that's a law of capitalism. So that will happen, because if it doesn't happen, the industry will go away, and a new industry will be formed by opportunists who come along and offer the consumer what they want. That's how it works. We know from many years of history now in many different countries that's how it works. So that will happen, one way or another. And I think that maybe sometime in the future, after that's happened, or after the mainstream media, that is part of this has been marginalized and has shrunk and has lost their influence, they think that then, maybe then you translate into maybe a political party, like a gamer's political party, or a gaming culture advocacy group would be better than any kind of a political party. Honestly, an advocacy group, and then maybe you do something like that, and you have contributors and hierarchy and whatever, because at that point it's not really Gamergate anymore. It's okay, how do we safeguard this from ever this much corruption from ever occurring again? How do we create a watchdog group that can make sure this never happens again? But that we're a long way from that. We're like a year or more, probably 2 years from something like that. So I think this whole notion of a council, the idea came up and was discussed because of the infighting, the perceived lack of momentum, everything slowing down, and that's fair enough. And I understand that that's why it came up. But it's not going to work, and it's a bad idea. And I think that at this point in time, the best thing to do would be to start promoting more projects. We have a lot of new projects. We have ongoing projects that need a lot of help. We have all these sites that are starting up now where we need contributors. We need, I hate to use the term, but signal boosts. We need to get the word out that they exist. And there is still one fundamental fact that bothers me. A lot of gamers don't even know what Gamergate is still. They don't even know that any of this stuff is going on. Like, look at some of the comments that were posted on Reddit when GTA 5 was banned. There were people like, oh my god, this is ridiculous, this is bullcrap, I can't believe this is happening. And most of the people making those comments had no idea that Gamergate was happening, or that there had been a whole other set of shit going on in that same arena. Same thing is true of big mainstream gaming forums like the World of Warcraft forums and stuff like that, or people in those communities. And in the MMO and in the FPS community, most of these players of all ages and groups don't know about us, or they only know oh, and wasn't that group that Anita Sarkeesian bashed or whatever? Oh, whatever. I mean, but they don't really know anything. Our biggest job, I think, right now is to get the word out, about what's going on to these people, because there's a lot of
one of the big reasons that we made Gamergate.me was to have those people, learn about Gamergate and also find it, because people were hear about what they hear Gamergate and then they type into Google. Like right now, if I go to Google right now, I type in Gamergate, I think we're right below Gawker, and we're like 6 or 7 on the front page of Gamergate. This is one of our goals.
Yeah, Rational Wiki, Polygon articles, Daily Caller articles. California's ex-governor debases self by supporting Gamergate. What?
Wait, Arnold Schwarzenegger? Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm just seeing this. It was just posted yesterday. I had no idea about this. It's by Recode. Let me read this.
Oh, Recode.
Further debate self. The fall of Gamergate HQ more must reads. Oh, it's a hash up. He didn't say anything. It's a hash up. It's a hit piece hash up. Never mind.
Yeah.
This is another person GG getting blown up.
Rihanna Wu related?
Anything related.
I think.
Go ahead.
Well, that would be
think
news, so yeah.
Yeah, I think the effort in which you're talking about is Rebuild and OpLoveNet. Those are the two.
Yeah,
those things are the initial process of the jointing of the consumer base, which is us, and the industry, which is the corporations, and let's see if we can get that running and get us to get contact with each other.
Right.
The council is in and of itself, it already exists, and what I mean by that is they talk to each other. There's no limitation that they don't talk to each other. They've confirmed they talk to each other.
Oh, I completely disagree with this line of
No,
thinking.
let me finish.
Okay.
It's not an actual council, as in there's a name for it. They just talk to each other. So if they have ideas, they can pass it on to each other.
Yes. And there's nothing that.
Yeah. But what we need, more than anything, is just to have direct communications with each other. And so that way we can have ideas come out together.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, there's nothing wrong with either of those sentiments. The problem with the council, and I've already heard this from both Mundane Matt and Oliver Campbell, and no, I'm not putting words in their mouth because I listened very carefully to what they said, and I know what the sentiment is. The problem is that it's not about more direct communication, or well, that's not true. The perceived problem is that it may start out that way, but it may very quickly become, okay, let's dictate the narrative of Gamergate instead of, hey, let's, this is a good idea for a stream, or hey, come be on my stream, or come do this, or come do that. Like, I mean, yeah, that definitely already happens, and there definitely is a lot of communication already with those people in this, would-be council. But the problem that the Gamergate community at large has with this is that it would very quickly become a slippery slope where you have somebody like Mundane Matt and his friends or whatever dictating the narrative of Gamergate. And what I can tell you about that is that I'm sure that this thing is at this point as many different notable people as I've seen trying to support this thing. I'm sure at this point that it's going to happen, whether people want it or not. So the only piece of advice I could give to those of you who are wanting to take this idea forward is that don't start dictating the narrative, because as soon as you do that, you are going to end up like King of Pole. I can guarantee that. People will not sit by and be dictated to. And it doesn't matter whether that narrative is for better or worse. No one's going to put up with it. So I would say that, I mean, yeah, I'm not necessarily, yeah, but if you have that, if you do that, yeah, this is why you have people who are disassociated with it, help them create it. I mean, so I guess you could say that that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm definitely disassociated with it, and I'm definitely not a supporter of the idea. So I'll simply say that don't dictate the narrative. Whatever you do, don't start thinking, oh, we need to push tone policing, or we need to push this, or we need to push that. Never do that. Never do that.
One of the groups that I create that involves a couple of people, I won't mention what type of group it is, but I am not as in I have no interest in whether or not these people succeed or not. They fail or succeed on their own just fine. I am starting a project with them, but what they actually are involved in, their job has nothing to do with me, as in I wouldn't make any or lose any money by them actually doing their job. But this is the project I'm working on is for them, so they can talk to each other and that kind of stuff. But I am a non-interested party. I am a party that gains and loses nothing by them being able to do this.
Right.
So that's essentially what you need. You need at least 3 or 4 or 5 people like that who are disassociated in that group to make sure that nobody is doing Game Journal Pro.
Yeah.
The problem with Game Journal Pro wasn't that they were talking to each other, it's that there was no party that had equal weight but had no interest in the.
Right. There was no oversight. Yeah, that's absolutely.
There was no corrective mechanism in place, which is what I have.
That's
I like it.
I would say to you, I guess, then for me, I mean, I would be very interested in performing a similar function, actually. So if you want to get in touch with me, via Skype or Twitter or something after the fact, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit more. I mean, yeah, if you have something like that, then I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea, but I still think that, some of the people who I suspect are going to be in this thing will end up going down the King of Pole road eventually. But I mean, you know what? I'm not worried about that, because honestly, if that happens, I think it's already been demonstrated that the community will correct itself. The only thing that worries me about it is people, and I've said this on Sargon's stream, people don't realize how disruptive it was when we had the IA thing where he exited, and how disruptive it was when King of Pole was having his various meltdowns. It led to a lot of threads that had no real substance, and the biggest thing was people stopped what they were doing. They stopped doing emails. They stopped working on things. Instead, they went to bitch about, which eCeleb is right about this, is right about that. And the real frustrating thing for a lot of people who were putting days, not hours, days of work into this, people like Moltar and Drybones, who are going out and creating these websites and doing a tremendous amount of work are people like me who are creating thread after thread after thread, trying to keep operations on track and things like that. That was very, very frustrating, and it caused a lot of, and this is ongoing, by the way, a lot of, there is still a lot of fog in the air, I guess, between the community and the larger eCeleb community, Mundane Matt, etc. And that, this is what I told Sargon, is that this is the same thing, is people don't want any more drama. They don't want any more people having meltdowns. They don't want any more infighting. The next time that happens, there won't be any more eCelebs. Like, it will cease to exist. It won't matter if you were involved in it. It won't matter if you weren't. People will just throw up their hands and say no. Either that will happen, or it will absolutely destroy Gamergate, because people will get so pissed off, so tied up in infighting, that everything will just stop. And I watched that happen once. That happened last week for about 3 days. Everything just stopped. And I don't want to see that again. So I'm always going to be very wary of this council idea, because I don't want to I don't want to support anything that could cause that. That's not a risk I want to take. But by the same token, if there's some kind of an oversight like you suggested, I think that there's a fail-safe. I would definitely agree with that. And yeah, I think that we can talk more about that after the fact.
Mm-hmm. I have specific rules to guarantee that no matter what, I could end it in a day and I wouldn't care less. I could care less. I could end it right now, but I'm not going to. Just saying I could.
But you could. In other words, dump all their conversations or something. Okay.
Yeah.
That works.
Zan, did you talk about like the whole aspect about what happened with the King of Pole thing? Because it was multiple things that caused, such a huge headache, because it was people were so adamant on like revealing these Skype groups. There's multiple groups. People were trying to like you're part of a Skype group kind of thing, and then there's people who were like, if you who were trying to like derail. I wouldn't say derail, but like there's things that are actually happening, and there's people who are trying to cause things to happen, and then there's people who were
I remember
trying to ignore the issue, because there are actual issues that are happening internally, but there's people that bitch about everything that isn't about emailing. Now, emailing is really critical, but not everyone does emails.
Right.
I call. I prefer to call.
Yeah.
Yeah, people do multiple things. So, like, I mean, like Oliver, I'm not sure how much Oliver emails, but he does a lot of his own things. So some people aren't always emailing; they're contributing in their own way. But people were so adamant on getting back on focus that they would bitch at everything that everyone wasn't about emailing, and emails are critical, but not everyone's doing emails.
Yeah. No,
the most important thing that anyone can do is something. As long as its overall goal is to contribute to what we are, whether it be us as a community, whether it be us as a group, whether it be to help with direct communications with each other, whether it be to work on projects like Rebuild, whether it be to work on new ideas or new projects, as long as it helps consolidate our resources, which is us. We are our resources. And to doing something productive, there should be nothing wrong with people proposing something other than emails. Emails are great, but they're not the only thing that will have an effect on the industry.
I completely agree.
Yeah. To add to that, what we need is less dictation and more encouragement. Basically, instead of telling people what to do, give people advice on what to do and have them form the answers themselves and come to their own conclusions. And basically, if you want people to like email and stuff, you basically encourage them, like saying, hey, there's this campaign going, we'd like you to help out. You get a whole lot more flies with honey than you do with vinegar.
Are you
Exactly.
Because I mean, I tried making a fly trap like a few months ago, and it said to use vinegar.
Well,
Depends on what you mix it with.
one issue that
Sugar, I think.
one project I've been working on with the Rebuild Initiative, pushing that forward. We've seen a lot of positive response resonate throughout the community. However, I've only been able to verify about 6 letters that have been sent. Now, that's not to say that nobody's been sending letters or stuff, but it is to say that while there is a lot of people that are in favor of it, I don't see a lot of participation. So I've been working on ways of encouraging people to write letters to the companies as the Rebuild Initiative states, and I've been trying to get people to encourage and inspire others to do the same as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really good thing. Yeah, you know, there hasn't. That's one of the things we really need to work on, and it's kind of like I said earlier, the more finite points. Yeah, Black Knight just put the thing in there. Yeah, the more finite points being of outreach. I mean, I know it was mentioned that we do have 2 operations that are based on outreach to the community as well as the dev community, but I still think again that we're not doing enough to get into gaming forums and stuff like that, outside of mainstream social outlets. Because I guarantee you right now, I could go on to Far Cry 4, or maybe not so much that one, I guess, because people will immediately say, oh, that game was pro SJW developers, so maybe back up from that a little bit. But I could go on to what's another really popular title right now, Destiny or something like that, and mention Gamergate, and I guarantee you almost nobody will know what the hell I'm talking about. That's a problem. That's, we're at this point, 3 months on, with this thing as big as it is, that's still the power of narrative control that the mainstream people hold over us. It is so powerful, the immensely wide audience. I mean, like our streams, even the most popular IA streams may have reached, a couple 100,000 people. A freaking Kotaku article still reaches a couple million people. So we've got to overcome this numbers gap, and that's why I really support things like Gamergate.me and startbutton.net. And I hope to see them come along a little bit quicker, if at all possible, because that's how we're going to do that, and that is the next step if people are looking for a next step.
Yeah, if you see chats going on in other sites, because I can't be everywhere, but most part I try to do this. For Rebuild, in order to promote it, I would see people who were just screen imaging conversations from the other side. Now, there's nothing wrong with showing unethical things that they're doing, which is what I was opening the conversation with. It was like, you should stop focusing on what it is they're saying, because it's just a distraction. It doesn't actually achieve anything. Please focus more on, and I was very not confrontational or anything like that, just opening. As a suggestion, please focus more on what it is that they're actually doing, because what they're doing is far more. Actions speak louder than words. What they may say one thing, but that doesn't mean shit. It's what they're actually doing that matters. And so what I would do is I would talk about. I said if we could, please refocus on Rebuild, because that is far more effective, instead of focusing on whatever the hell Brianna Wu says, or whatever the hell Zoe says, or whatever these fucking people say. It means nothing.
Yeah, most of it's not meaningful, and I think that's another thing, is that people who are supporting these campaigns, you really need to this is one of the things that we're running into now. We actually have a brand new op that started overnight in response to the VGA stuff. It's called Op GG Slam, and there's a thread posted on 8chan, and I've been working on that all night. I haven't slept. I haven't gotten as far as I wanted to on it, but one of the problems we're running into with that is we're trying to find connections and stuff that we can showcase in emails. And very obvious signs of ethical violations that the common person can just look at and say, okay, yeah, that's very obvious. The thing about that is that you can't just say, oh, well, because so and so follows so and so on Twitter, or because oh, so and so is retweeting so and so's tweets. Like that's automatically a reason to witch hunt that person. and that's automatically going to count as ethics violations. Even if that is what's going on, your average person who's reading these emails on the other end is not going to know that. So you need to have something substantial, that actually shows the clear cut, the very clear cut, obvious stuff like, so and so is donating such and such to Patreon, and this person's donating back to that other Patreon. There's money changing hands here. There's a common, narrative, and that's the kind of stuff that you need to showcase in these kinds of email campaigns. It's not going to be enough to just say, oh well, Zoe Quinn said today that this game sucks because it's misogynist. That's not enough.
I completely agree. You're echoing. Okay, good. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like a lot of problems on Twitter, I see, and also in Kotaku and 8chan is reactionary mentality. Basically, an anti, and all the antis that are high profile at this point, they're all just completely nuts, and that's not hyperbole. They are divorced. Well, maybe it is a little bit hyperbole, but they're divorced from reality at this point, or I don't know how to explain what exactly is going on with their minds. And I'm not even going to try to pretend to figure it out. Essentially, it's all poo. We all have to collectively, like, I don't want to tell anyone what to do, but we have to collectively ignore it. And yeah, we're all guilty of like interacting with these people from time to time. But moving forward, we got to stop doing that. Like, it really is a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like talking about it. That's how much of a distraction it is, because whenever I talk about it, the conversation goes back to, hey, what are the antis doing?
Let me explain why this is problematic. Now, it's not simply. I only got involved with telling people or giving them a suggestion about it when it became a good portion of my feed. I don't like to tell people or suggest things to people, telling them that they're doing something wrong or problematic when they're just shitposting. That's fine. But when it comes like, this is the majority of my feed. It's not just one or two or like a couple hundred people. I'm following 2,000 Gamergate people, Gamergate related people. If I'm seeing it as the majority of my feed, that means that the majority of the people are doing that.
Yeah,
because these are random people I'm following.
It's not healthy when it's like that.
The destructive part is that if we do focus on simply their words and not their actions, okay, they have essentially died. They're dead. We've beaten the horse to death. It's dead. Honestly, Kotaku and UBM PLC are dying. They are actually losing financial money and are getting hurt financially, which of course we can always tweet out how bad this is financially speaking, because I can see UBM PLC stock prices and have suggested it to some investors that this is a very, based on current trends throughout the year, it has actually is something you want to sell because it's losing money, it's not getting. The other part is that while we distract ourselves with their words, they move on. Anita has moved on to actually go to physical locations and done physical stuff. That's problematic. I don't want I don't want us to focus on merely their words. We must focus on their actions because we will miss when they do something destructive. We will miss when they do something that hurts the industry. We will miss something that is important and needs attention.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And, I think that one person suggested this. It might actually have been, I believe it was Sargon in one of his streams, suggested that, if people can stomach going to some of these conventions and, some of these conventions that constantly happen like every other month or something related to various genres within gaming, where these people often show up, especially Anita, to push their agenda. Go to these conventions. Talk to people. Don't necessarily be the guy in the room with with the angry signs. That gets taken out by security or whatever. I mean, I would definitely I would be thrilled to see a bunch of Gamergaters doing that. But by the same token, it would behoove you more to go to these things and talk to people and be like, hey, so did you hear about what so and so said? Did you know that she contributed to X, Y, and Z financially? And how do you feel about that? And change people's opinions, quietly and that way, and counter that in person. That would be one great way to do that. But regards to the Twitter thing, yeah, I mean, I think at this point we are putting the whole anti-crowd under a microscope, and it's not healthy. But by the same token, I think that we do still need to keep an eye on them because every now and then they might tweet maybe 6 hours worth of bullshit, and then you do get something that's very incriminating, and you want
That's what I said. Don't just focus on their words. Focus on their actions.
yeah.
But also, if you tweet out the financial advice of selling UBM PLC, it's perfectly fine. You're not an insider. I have no relations with them. But do not use Gamergate hashtag, and the reason is because the investors will more likely take you seriously if you do not associate the tweets that you send at them with a political.
Yeah, if you're gonna tweet at the actual, well, what are you saying? If you tweet to the investors, or you tweet?
I tweeted at the Capitalist. So, oh no, sorry, the Economist, the newspaper.
Okay. Yeah.
Or pretty much anyone else. Like anyone else, I tweet at when in regards to someone I think would potentially either spread the news or be a potential investor. They will most likely take you more seriously. I'm not saying that you can't use the Gamergate hashtag in general, just when you're directing at these people. These people will more likely take you seriously if you're not associated with something political.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, and that's true, and it's not. And I think you have to be. I think that's true to some extent, depending on who you're targeting. And again, that reminder: this is just for people outside of things. This is not if you're tweeting at an anti or if you're tweeting at people within Gamergate, or if you're
I'm talking in general. You can use
signal boosting, but it's more if you're tweeting to somebody new, like The Economist or something like that. And I think that is true to a certain extent, but I also think that you have to be careful with it because, you do want to show the colors to some extent too. But you got to.
They could always look at my feed if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Like I could look at my feed, and that's fine. I'm saying people specifically, like as these are going to be potential investors in UBM PLC. These are people who have stocks and sales with it. These aren't just in people in general, like the mass public and the people in the wide frame of things. I'm talking about these are people who hate political advertisements or anything that's political. It's business 101. I'm talking about like the escapists or the CEOs of companies, and I'm talking about you specifically stating to sell based on your perception UBM PLC stock. This is nothing. This is no other topic, no other, and I put it under hashtag freefall. So this is no other subject. This is no other type of people. I'm specifically talking about money and things to sell. Regards to money.
Wait, hold on. I want to comment on Zan talking about talking at like those conventions and stuff like that. Are you talking about like at XOXO Fest kind of places?
Not necessarily one that is so. Each of these conventions is different. Okay, some of them are very narrative dominated, and thus they're very tailored to a specific audience. And if you walk into a room with people like that and you try talking to them in any capacity, it's going to be like talking to a brick wall. They're just not going to.
They're going to throw you the fuck out. You remember what happened at XOS?
Yeah, or that.
Handing out flyers, and they got the police not police.
Yeah, right. And so that'll happen. But I'm talking about more of like the big, the big ones, and not just necessarily gaming conventions, but shit like Omicron too. Yeah, like PAX. I think that larger venues, things that are not so narrative dominated, we should. And again, maybe handing out flyers or coming in, with signs or something like that. That's not right. Just come in like an ordinary person. No signs on you of Gamergate at all, and don't even say the words. Just engage people who you think are open-minded, in friendly conversation. And then if you feel like that person, is not going to stonewall you, then you sort of unload and you say, okay, look. So did you know that so and so who spoke here today, or who has spoken at other conventions, but is not here today, or so on and so forth, has done X, Y, and Z, and did you know about this hashtag? And, I'm sure the person will probably say, well, isn't that about harassment or isn't that about this? And it's like, well, no, actually, it's about this. And
I
then,
mean,
later on, maybe you show the proof.
already happening.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's something we need to do more of. But I mean, again, yeah, no, don't go to something like XOXO. You're not. You're just gonna get, yeah. You're just taking throwing the fuck out.
Here's what I did. I called Skype. No, sorry, not Skype. I called Sprint because I'm a Sprint customer. Could you mute yourself, Zan? You're giving us feedback.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I will. That's because I'm doing something. Here we go.
All right. No, that's fine. No worries. I called them and I called the business line to basically lay down what has been going on, telling them that there was a controversy going on. Now I used the word Gamergate, so what they did, the person on the phone did, was they searched Gamergate. But what he found was that the Gamergate harassers and all kinds of stuff. I said, irregardless of what you see there, those articles, if you take note, are not quoting anyone Gamergate related. They're quoting random bots that we don't know, that no one knows. We do not know who these are because we will report them as we have. But that is irrelevant to whether or not there are current ethical, there are issues that these people are doing. Kama Sutra, and there are publications owned by these companies that have launched attack ads that have pulled up. They have attacked their consumer base. These are on their website. These are demonstratable. This isn't something that you can base, regardless of what the newspapers say. Okay, the media, the mass media. You can show and tell people these are things they're doing. They're actually doing.
Yeah, and I think that maybe that's something that we ought to call more attention to is the things that are very obviously attacks on the consumer base. Those articles are still running in some places. I mean, people forget because people are so apt to pay attention to the Twitter stuff more, which I think again this is something that we need to work on. That people forget that even with all of these sort of pseudo changes that people like the Escapist and Kotaku and Polygon claim to have made and Destructoid claim to have made, there are still articles running every now and then that are blatantly but by the way all gamers are misogynists, tongue in cheek. But it doesn't matter if it's tongue in cheek. That's still demonstrable examples of these people blatantly running attack pieces on the consumer base at large and not a specific group. And the fact that there are actually attack ads now, that interests me greatly. And if that's actually going on, then we need to definitely, if there are actual attack ads, like handcrafted ads, like, hey, avoid Gamergate that are starting to run in site banners and stuff, we need to get on top of that immediately because that's bullshit. And we can very easily shut that down, I think.
Dude, hell no, I completely disagree. Like, okay, you've been talking this whole time about, trying to get word of mouth into conference and stuff. I'm completely the other way around.
Avoid it entirely.
You're bleeding again.
Goodness.
So like, the way that I look at it, I look at it completely differently. So far, our machine in so far as exposure has gone has been the journalists themselves, because they're in a position where they're simultaneously trying to crush us but also profit from us. And if they want to profit from us, that means that they're going to have to give us exposure in order to create outrage so that they can sell that outrage. And they're basically commodifying outrage off of Gamergate and selling it en masse. Why do you think the New York Times has gotten involved by putting us on the fucking front page of it? So if that's our best means of exposure, is exploiting that. And like it or not, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, but whatever we did in order to get on the New York Times, in order to get the New York Times to do a smear piece and put it on their front page, but for those things to happen, that's going to be the way that we get more people involved with Gamergate. It's not going to be by word of mouth and convincing people one person at a time. It's going to be, to be honest, it's going to be the Pterodax approach to PR. It's going to be carpet bomb trolling,
If
and we're going to use the media machine against itself, and that's going to be the most effective way to do that.
if you want longevity, okay, if you want people who will stick around longer, or people who are not reactionaries, carpet bombing is effective to get a wide audience. True. But it's also a very effective tool to get reactionary people who don't know how to handle when things go wrong, or how to handle diverse or problematic things. It has to be there also has to be a conjointed effort. You can do both. There's nothing wrong with doing both. There has to be a jointed effort to get the people will who are there for the long haul, who are there to get to fight the fight continuously for long periods of time. There are those kind of people.
Yeah, but the next thing that they're going to do is they're going to go to the Senate or Congress and try and push for some sort of curb on anonymity or curb against, new laws dealing with misogyny and what.
That's already happening. That's actually already happening.
I know, but that is going to be, if that ever picks up steam, because right now that's just in theoretical. I know it won't, but if that ever picks up steam, because they are going to, this is the catch-22 for journalism. They are going to start. They're going to start publicizing that, and they're going to try and push for that in the media, because that's the only way that they can push for it.
They're going to be
public pressure for it.
They're going to be fighting an uphill battle there.
Creating public pressure for it will simultaneously give Gamergate more exposure. So again,
it strikes in effect.
To them.
Yeah. There is. By the way, the article that I referenced to Sprint that convinced the guy over the phone to basically go say he was going to talk to the people on the back end, the people who were it was going to be brought to a board meeting. Was the article I'm going to link now? It was how we got rolled by dishonest fascists. And in the article, that specifically says that Intel is run by moronic. I can't remember exactly the phrasing used, but it actually goes to attack Intel. It also goes to attack Adobe and other people who pulled out. Adobe pulled out because they were anti-bullying, and Sam Biddle was encouraging bullying, even if it was jokingly, quote unquote. It's still not something you do while it was anti-bullying month, and it's something that as a company you don't want to associate with that, especially if you're running a campaign against bullying. That's what Adobe was running, and then people give them crap for it. Adobe, and then that piece gave them crap for it, and that's what made corporations not like Kotaku even more than enough to that adverts are pulling out. Those are the things that are effective.
Waiting for them to make a mistake and then basically exploiting that mistake.
Yeah, and that you have to. Emails and letters are fine, but also a good, well-spoken phone call does fantastic stuff because it makes them have to hear you.
That is true. Because then there's more of a person. Then they know there's another person behind the thing. They're reminded that this is another person they're talking to, not just some random anon person emailing them, basically.
Another thing with phone calls is that typically they're depending on who you talk to, they're obligated to have to listen to your call, and if they record them, and another manager usually listens in on them.
If they say they're taking it to a manager, they do. They really do. Like I work in IT. I work in call centers. If I said I was taking it to my manager, even if you didn't tell me to, even if you requested it, if I said I was going to do that, that is something I'm going to do because I have either been requested to, or from my own perspective, I decided to. So if I say saw someone in customer was told someone in by that someone in customer service was rude or was mistreating one of our customers, and I said, hey, I'm gonna go take that to my manager. I am going to. If you request it from me, I have to because you have made a request.
Well, I think that's actually kind of funny because now I'm thinking back to the Comcast guy. Do you remember about that the whole issue with that guy who tried to cancel his Comcast subscription and he asked for the manager and the guy wouldn't give it to him? Now I'm thinking back to that guy.
Oh yeah, I remember that. And he ended up getting fired because he worked for Goldman Sachs, and they called his boss, knew one of the bosses at Comcast, and Goldman Sachs handles a lot of Comcast's credit and financial accounts, so they fired him. But I mean, there's a happy ending to that story. He sued the crap out of both Goldman Sachs and Comcast, and I believe he's going to end up winning like a several $100 million settlement. So he'll end up richer than he ever would have been if he had worked for his whole life. That's the upshot of that, is that when something shifty like that happens, that's when you turn to a lawyer, because the law will be on your side for that kind of bullshit. No, that's ridiculous.
Did you see that other company yesterday that replied back to an email about regarding Gamergate? That one of the people that when they sent the email, they told the guy in an email reply back, please stop emailing our organization, and that was it.
I basically said fuck off, I guess. I mean, they can do that. I mean, that's it's one thing if they start making threats and it's like, hey, if you email us again, we're gonna get you fired. It's another thing if they just say, please stop emailing us. I mean, and it's any company's right to say enough is enough. Oh God, it's it's any company's right to say enough is enough. We don't want to hear anymore. And of course, if a company does that and then turns around and supports, or turns out to have shady, I mean, I think at the point at which a given company says something like that, that's when you maybe dig a little bit and you see, okay, well, do they have any association? That's when you do just sort of like a general, I don't want to say dressing down, but it's just a general checkout. You just poke around and you see, okay, who worked for them in the past, so on and so forth. And most of the time, it's going to come out clean. And if that happens, you move on and you say, okay, they just don't want to hear about this anymore, whatever. If you find connections to the questionable people in Gamergate, then at that point, that might be when a boycott might actually be justified. And I don't really want to get into the whole boycott thing because that's still a hot button issue for a lot of people. I mean, do we push away devs by boycotting things? Do we not? I'm not going to get into that. But what I am going to say is that, if a situation like that arises, then at that point, there's two proper responses. This is the thing. There's always a path for you to take as the activist, as the person, being the activist. Regardless of any situation that crops up, you just have to think logically, really. And it's just like, okay, so they said fuck off. Okay, so I have two more paths. I can either fuck off or I can, check and see if there's any connections. Okay, well, let's go down the check connections path. Okay, so I have two more paths. They come up dirty. And then we dig a little bit deeper, see what else we can find, and then at that point, you dump all of it to a place like 8chan or wherever else, and you maybe boycott them or something like that. And option B, which will happen 99% of the time, is they come out clean, no problem. I mean, you move on.
Yeah. Yeah, companies, like the main thing with the whole reason why a lot of adverts are pulling out and a lot of people don't like to be associating with it, like they are actively pulling out even though they didn't before. They don't like politics. And it's not that saying that Gamergate is political or anything like that. We're not Democrats or Republicans. We're actually not really a label group anyways. But politics
just because something's
includes...
not a party doesn't make it not political.
Yeah,
Right.
Politics includes public events. And
Yeah, I feel you there.
yeah, it's public discourse.
Yeah, I feel
Politics
you
is
there.
talking about, like, do
Definitely.
you want birth control or not? do you dislike this or that? Are you trying to change policy? That kind of stuff. That's politics. It's fine, but it is what a lot of companies don't like to be tied to because it hurts their industry. It hurts them. Because eventually it does boil over to them, especially if consumers wish them to no longer advertise or want to associate with one of the groups that are being unethical. Because it will, if they refuse or say decline or tell the customer base that's asking or requesting this, which we are actually not just customers on Gama Sutra, even though some people may not be, there are some of us that were. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen the articles or a lot of the articles. We're also consumers with like Sprint or Intel or some other company. And if you have that connection, as in you've bought their product, you have an agreement with them, an actual phone call works wonders. Even if it's frustrating, it is fantastic how much you can actually get done because it makes them have to listen, and it makes the people in charge have to listen.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. And regarding that, that's actually been something interesting that has come up in a couple of my streams. It's like, well, what about the fact that so many devs and so many people on the industry side are going to have, I guess, cognitive dissonance, basically. Well, that's not the right word. Keep misusing that word. Are going to distance themselves from this because they don't want to be political. And that's absolutely correct. Most of these firms, the reason why you haven't seen more AAA devs, or it's not even that. I'm sure now actually that more AAA devs are going to speak up, but more like the big firms like EA or Microsoft making big moves against the likes of Gamasutra and so on and so forth, is because look what happened to Intel. They made a big move, and the reason they did it is because they have so much ungodly money and so much ungodly money in the future that it doesn't matter if they are seen to take a side, and so they thus disassociate the group of customers that's on the other side. It doesn't matter to them because they have so much money in such a diversified market, they can ride out that storm. So they said, fuck it, we see the same shit that you see, and so we're pulling out and just forget about it. And that's exactly what they did. But most companies are not going to do that. They're either not going to take the risk because they don't want to deal with the shitstorm, or they financially can't afford the risk. Because as soon as you are seen to take a side, you can't sell to both sides. And this is one of Rockefeller's rules of business, is always sell to both sides. As soon as you take a position and you take a moral stance on something, which is what it'll be seen to be, regardless of whether you want it to be or not, even if you are just simply pulling a product off the shelves, like Target just did with GTA 5. Look at how well it's working out for them. You are going to alienate everybody on the other side, and you lose that much money, and you can't sell to both sides, so now you're losing market share. So no company is going to do that. It's just stupid. But what they will do when they see this stuff going on, which, believe me, they have noticed, there's a lot of stuff that's going to come out, I think, in the future that will blow people's minds. But some of the stuff that's already come out and more that is coming out has shown that there is definitely a real, like you said, the corporate side of this, these guys have noticed this. They recognize the same ethical violations, and they have a problem with it. But they're not necessarily going to pull out. What they will do instead is maybe just not renew their contracts next time they're up for renewal with some of these places, like Gawker and Polygon and IGN and, et cetera. Or for events like the IGDA, well, maybe, a year from now we won't be a sponsor at the IGDA, and we'll just tell them, we would rather not sponsor you this year. And that way, they can wait until things are calmer, which, I think is kind of silly because this is not just going to go away. But B, they can be seen to be neutral still. And so they can sell to both sides without having it be political. And there will still be those handful of people that go on, the Reddits and the Tumblrs and the Twitters and the Facebooks and the forums and stuff and say, oh, they obviously did it, was obviously political. But those people will be a marginalized voice that won't have any bearing. So as a company, they won't lose any money doing that. And that's the thing that you really have to look for, is more, shadow disappearances like that, people not renewing contracts. And I think that that's what's going to happen as far as that's concerned. But on the flip side, I think the AAA dev thing, Devs are not necessarily as restricted to that. In some facets they are, in some facets they aren't. We've already seen Christian Allen and also the other guy, the open sound guy that did the sound for Mountain Blade, coming out in favor of Gamergate very staunchly in the past few days, including at the Niche Gaming article, and making their opinions known. And of course, they've been dogpiled immediately by us, the social justice crowd. But I expect to see actually a lot more of that after Christmas, especially because I just think that the dev community has always been more in touch and more free as far as the general public comes and as far as taking a stance on issues comes, because they're the fucking devs, and so they control, it's their content, it's their art, it's their passion, and they're passionate people, and they're not just going to sit there and say nothing. So more and more of them will start to speak up, I think.
Okay. Well said. One moment, please.
No problem.
Okay. On the subject of the IGDA, what are your thoughts of that organization?
Well, from what's been dug up so far, and I'm honestly still reading through a lot of it because there's a whole hell of a lot, and there is more coming. Actually, I will point out one thing: there is still an active digging operation, basically, to find out financial ties between UBM, I believe it's UBM, Gamasutra, IGDA, and others, other company names. But basically, what's been found out so far is that essentially UBM and Gamasutra and IGDA they're all essentially, they have common ownership and common financial backing, and they're all sort of the same company under different names. That's the best way I could explain it without going into too much detail. A lot of this will be published soon. I don't know if it's going to ultimately be published on Gamergate.me or HN or where it will be dumped, but I know that this will all be dumped in due course, and some of it already has been. The only thing I can say about IGDA is it's very obvious that there was an agenda after the last go-round, basically, and how incredibly biased things were. Not even just that, but the comments that people who were there and people who were supposed to be getting awards or other things were saying coming out of that, like, oh my God, what a shack job and stuff like that. It was very obvious that it's been corrupted by this thing. To what extent, I think that remains to be seen until all the facts are known. But trust me, a lot is coming on that. When exactly it comes out, I don't know, but a lot is coming. And well, you're gonna be surprised, I think, at just exactly how checked up it is.
We do have there is a lot of opposition to Gamergate within IGA, but there's also, it's not a monolith of evil. There are people in there, such as Robert Rosero.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Do we, if the IDJ is corrupt, are we going to, what actions do you think, if any, do we need to take in that regard?
I honestly don't know yet. Because the problem is that the financial, right now what people are working on is the financial side of it, is, which people in this thing are tied to, which other companies, or if they worked in the past, what money have they contributed. It's just follow the money right now, as far as looking into that and digging on that is concerned. And of course, if anybody wants to contribute, I would say that probably the Burgers and Fries IRC would actually be the best place to go per this one thing, or HN. There's a very good dig thread on HN where it's being looked into as well. But it's really follow the money right now, and I think that the response has to be tailored on how much is found out. If everyone in that organization is somehow actively, solidly, financially tied to obviously biased interests, then I don't know what you do at that point, because you can't. But I don't think it's that bad, though. I just don't. But I think until we know for sure, the best response is to not do anything just yet, but to regard them as, obviously problems. Not everybody is necessarily bad, but obviously a lot of problems, and in need of reform, and certain people leaving that organization, I think, would be beneficial. But I think when all the facts are known, then we can tailor a response. And, depending on what happens, we may reach out to the people in IGDA who aren't, tied to this kind of stuff and say, hey, look, just so you know, your coworker so-and-so did this, this, and this, and it's tied to this, that, and that. do you really support that person? Make a change or make a stance by resigning. And that would be one path that we could go down. And I expect that if we did go down that path and we did have people who were not in sort of the financial, groupie clique, and we could, publicly prove that clique existed, which is what we're trying to do really is get that proof before it goes public. Then I think that you have a chance of befriending those people and then rebuilding the organization, reforming. And honestly, from what I've seen so far, I think it's going to have to be completely redone from the top down. If we look at the Video Game Awards, the fallout from last year was so bad that Spike would not even air the show this year. It had to be renamed, redesigned as a venue. But even in spite of that, you still had all of that people end up playing that. Jeff Keighley redesigned it, so I mean that's a whole other issue. But the point being that I think a top-down redesign would be necessary at this point for IGDA. But it would have to be, a non-biased one. You can't just do what the Game Awards did and turn around and come back the very next year with the exact same panel of judges, with the exact same problems and the exact same connections. You can't do that. You have to get fresh heads in the game. And I think that's what's ultimately going to have to happen. That or an alternative is going to have to be created or promoted, and that organization is going to have to be left to fall apart.
I think there's a group that is doing this, but there's a big problem with it. And I haven't heard anything about it in about a week almost now. It was started by that 17-year-old or something like that, or 16-year-old. Yeah, 17. Anyone know what's going on with that?
I know that if you want to talk to Thidrin, he was looking into. I know that it's still ongoing. I'll just put it that way. The stuff is on file. There's a password lock pastebin. I've seen it. It's on file. It's ongoing. So I don't know how much progress is being made. I actually need to talk to him about that because I would kind of, at this point, it's like if nothing more can be found, I think it would be kind of good to just say, okay, let's dump what we have. But
yeah, I'm just worried about that one though because he's 17.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that Thidrin might know more about it, but I mean, the primary person, the primary source. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, and I don't know. I really don't know. I hope that it's still gonna work out for that.
Right. It's called to address something in the chat. Nico, if you want to come on, we're more than willing to talk. I mean, no one's gonna put you down or make fun of you. I would like to hear basically your side of the story on the whole Gamergate thing. So I really appreciate if you come on because honestly, I've only heard about you through hearsay. So it's not for me to judge you without having to hear your story out. So if you would come on, we could talk about your involvement in Gamergate and what you do. Because honestly, from the discussion that I've been having here, you don't at all sound like a bad person. So I would like
I might make fun of him, but that's because I'm a shitposter. But that's going to be after he talks.
Only because he wants me to bully him.
I'll be honest, I won't. I'll try not to blow him out. I mean, I don't know if you guys have read my Twitter, but a few days ago when the whole KOP thing was going on, I kind of was being pretty mean to certain people, and I guess I apologized for that a little bit. I was pretty harsh on KOP, and I was kind of harsh on Nico. But yeah, I'll shut up, and I would like to hear the other side of it too. I'll shut up and be nice. MaxEv will be nice.
All right, Nico, no one's going to make fun of you for your voice. I mean, I'm pretty sure we all have terrible voices in Gamergate. None of us are
Yeah, I sound like a big-nosed, I sound like a big-nosed, my fucking... Yeah, I sound like a big-nosed fat nerd. Let's just say it. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, and besides, no one can compete with Sargon's Britishness, or TV's Britishness for that matter.
Oh, God.
Me, I sound like a fat
I
nerd.
think I'm going to get some tea, man. I can't do it. I can't do a British accent. I can't do it.
I could try, but, I haven't done it in a while.
IA here. Holy shit.
I've been called IA twice now. It's ridiculous.
He sounds similar, but you're not. I can tell that it's a different person. People say I sound like King of Pole. Like everybody keeps telling me, "Oh, you sound so much like King of Pole." It's like I have
Hem's
much
fighting
more.
words.
I have much more shit, blocked up in my nose. I guess. Like I don't sound like King of Pole.
Yeah, and you got to be a bit more pretentious to sound like internet aristocrat there, John.
Oh God. IA has to be like the most. The thing that I liked about him the most was like that satirical irony that he could get going in his voice. Like I can't do that. Because I can't. I don't know what it is. I can't keep talking like that much without taking a breath. And fucking Sargon does it too. Like he'll get going and he'll just go and go and it's like, whoa, how the fuck are you doing that and maintaining that even tone? It's like, what the fuck? Radio
Oh, it's like
personalities all over the place.
it's a part of just that sort of announcer ability where you're able to draw in breath as you talk.
I ain't gonna be born with that.
Yeah.
I might be able to. I might be able to. I mean, I might be able to do that a little bit better if my nose wasn't like fucking blocked half the time. But I've honestly been sick, ish since Thanksgiving. I had to be in the hospital over Thanksgiving, so I haven't been doing. I haven't been doing so great.
Yeah, a good way to check if you have the ability is like get a straw and try, blow bubbles into a drink, but at the same time, draw breath through your nose. If you can do that, you can probably do what they do.
Oh, boy.
Swing this back into back into the discussion of our topic of although I do appreciate the discussions we've been having because it's been very productive on Gamergate as a whole. Back to Gamergate.me. What do you have planned in the future for the website?
Well, first I want to touch on this forum stuff that people have been talking to me about. I still haven't sent out that email to someone that wants it. But like we were talking about like that one-stop hub kind of thing. People kept bothering me. I don't want to say bothering, but like people keep talking about forums, and then Sargon the other day started talking about that Gamergate forum, and making like a one like central location for discussion, or not really central location, but like a permanent forum discussion place. And I don't know, I don't really agree with the idea to make Gamergate.me any kind of place for discussion, replacing 8chan or King or Kotaku in Action. It's just that I haven't really agreed with people going to that other forum, and that's the only reason why I'm considering it at the moment. So that's just one thing that's been giving me some headache the past 2 days.
To address that, like if you guys do decide to put up a forum, I don't think you'll have an issue of being too centralized because Kotaku in Action is going to still exist, Twitter's still going to exist, and 8chan still going to exist.
And
It's all
besides, people can
compartmentalized.
always make another source.
Yeah,
but the issue is fragmentation.
yeah, you're splitting up the places. There really isn't too much of a need. Like if I already said this before, if I want to create a forum, it will probably be on Start Button, and it will be like a general like gaming forum instead of a dedicated Gamergate forum on Gamergate.me. And then it would probably be like a Gamergate board on Start Button, and that would
Because the other big issue with creating a forum on Gamergate.me is going to be the whole problem of traffic and costs and servers and monetization. Because, currently the site has no ads. And if we're incurring an amount of traffic that's anywhere near 8chans or Kotaku in Actions, then that's going to cost another arm and a leg in order to finance. And then we're dealing with advertisers, and then we're dealing into like ethical dilemmas that I don't particularly want to have to deal with, and so on and so forth.
Oh, well, we know that Intel will be an advertiser.
Oh yeah, guaranteed.
Yeah, just strike a deal with Intel and just say, yep, funded. But serious, being a little bit more serious. If funding's an issue, what about the option of crowdfunding? Well, not crowdfunding, that's the wrong word here. What about setting up something like a Patreon, like accepting donations to keep the site running?
We already have that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
right.
already have. We just don't really promote it very much.
So basically, if anyone wants to support the site, they could, but you're just not shilling it out because
Well,
to
we'd
restate,
rather
you just
people,
go ahead.
yeah, we'd rather people donate to charity instead of. Well, I mean, I'm not going to speak for Dry Bones. I mean, well, obviously he wants to get
Well, like,
as
okay,
many
so
shekels as he possibly can, but if it's up to me,
okay, hold on
I'd
a
rather people
second.
donate to charity than give money to fucking Dry Bones.
When we were making the site, if you go to the site right now and you go to see Gamergate.me main site, there's a little button on the top right that says support us, and then there's a donate for the servers. I basically had to put the Patreon there, and that's the only place that it's on the main site. But we had to put something there, or else the system would put the PayPal thing, and we didn't want that, so I don't know. It was That's the only place on the website that actually has that. The only other place is a location on the 8 archive and on my personal website on drybones.me. Yeah, the charities are a little bit more important. I do get some donations, and right now I'm just scraping the amount that it takes to run the site currently. Um, if you are interested in about like how Start Button is going to be financed, that's a little bit more complicated, and it's while donations are a possibility and ads that aren't gaming related are a possibility. I'm thinking about a different alternative means to that that might be better.
Like ad models, or would you then consider for Start Button advertising or merchandising as alternatives? Because
Yeah, so advertising is a possibility. Ads that aren't game related to games at all would be preferable. Um, Merchandising could be possible, like having like a those sites that have like those geek stuff, like the pop, like the geek culture stuff. Maybe you could have stupid stuff like that. Maybe we could sell epic memes, or I don't know. Um, that's a possibility too. Uh, but the
Please
main
no,
idea. Shut the
please
fuck
no.
up, Marsha.
I'm not
Uh,
selling epic memes.
we're selling epic memes.
No.
um,
Did
is
you
it?
sell a meme? Can I have les memes?
Hey
I want
guys,
to find
where
les
are the
memes.
where are the memes?
Les memes. Where is the les memes? I need
It's
them.
gonna be like icanhascheeseburger.com.
This
Um,
reminds me of boxing.
so the
We got to
other
remember the
idea.
classic ones.
Let's not even get into. We're gonna become like know your meme here now.
Dry Bones Kun is now the queen of GG, which means Nico's the queen of Desugate.
Kun or Kun? I
I'm gonna keep calling you Kun,
Kun.
and I'm gonna keep pronouncing it wrong just to piss you off. Kun.
Fuck.
Okay, Dry Bones Kun.
Okay, so
Les
the
memes.
other idea is to also there's when Gamergate started up, I was looking into getting my own company started for selling like rehosting and small VPSs and game servers. I won't say anything about that right now because there's nothing really there at all to it. But the idea is to have a company that sells like game servers, and then that would fund, and that company would basically host, that could host, the site, and that would fund the site basically in itself, and that would be a firm of getting the funds that way.
cool. What else was there? Was there any more questions I wanted to ask? Don't know. Um, hmm. Laboom or Knight, do you have any questions for the guys?
Let's see. I think I know what happened to Operation UV. It was because it finished, so somebody just probably removed it. But you can probably just get back up.
I mean, I might as well ask a question. Are there any particular active operations that you're in favor of or want people to push harder?
I'd love to see people push the rebuild initiative harder.
Same here.
Hmm.
I wouldn't mind seeing people push Operation GG Slam just a little bit, but I mean it's not it's I'll go ahead and link it to you guys in the chat. It's not as important as something like Rebuild. I'll just go ahead and say it, even though it's my baby right now.
Yeah.
Not it's important, but it's not as important. But it's still I still would like to see some people push it a little bit more. And basically, that's the direct reaction to the VGA stuff. We've dug up quite a bit of stuff already, so fun stuff in that.
In that case, you should strike while the iron's hot because the VGA is in everybody's mind. If you get that information out there, then you might not just Gamergate supporters, you might get like a whole lot of support for that.
That's precisely why I spent all night working on this thing, along with somebody else, and he should be actually back on shift here in a little while. We'll pick it up where we left off. Two other people actually. Forget her Twitter handle, but I know Jessica Drybones. Do you know her Twitter handle?
Yeah, she has a new one that's dedicated to GG because she's involved with the Dota community, and she made a new one. Let me get you that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't want GG involved in Dota. Watch out.
Yeah.
Oh boy, it's happening.
Yeah, with the whole rebuild, we have not, as a group, and we are a group as Gamergate, we have not talked or approached the publishers. We are currently, I'm saying, before rebuild, we never tried to talk or approach the publishers before. So, with that being a separate group, as opposed to the game journalists, even if they are aware of us, I'm pretty sure they're all fucking aware, you have to start tacked over. And that's what rebuild is. It's that initial process and step to extend a hand and an invitation to come to the table. Eventually we'll know if they're just plain out ignoring us. But there are some people who are like, let's boycott, let's boycott. The reason that was so successful is because Gamma Sutra and the other publishers were attacking us. They were coming after us first. And we have to have that from the industry in order to not look like the bad guy. Because the industry will spin it that way.
Oh, look, the antis have a new hashtag. Stop Gamergate 2014 or whatever failed, so then they dropped it and went to Gamergate Plus, and now they have Stop Gamergate in all lowercase letters. Good luck.
Whoever was asking for Jessica's account, never mind. She stopped using the dedicated GG account and she's just continuing on with her Dota account.
Which one? I'm so confused. I'll figure it out.
It says.
I see. I got it.
Dota.
Jessica Hunt?
Yes.
See if I'm already following it. Yeah, Emma Valdi. Yeah, she was helping us dig last night. She actually knows some of the people from one of the groups that was implicated in the VGA sort of jury rigging, basically. I guess we could say literal jury rigging. Like, I mean, I can't even make this stuff up.
Yeah.
One of the groups I think was Desert Bus, and she knows some of them. Like, she literally went to school with some of these people, so it's kind of personal for her with Op GG Slam because she's like, well, what the fuck are you guys doing? Is sort of her response. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, I remember.
Just as a quick note, Roguestar's information that he was leaking was associated with that.
Yeah, that's the other thing I did want to go ahead and say. Part of the reason that I was up all night and working to get that post made on 8chan and to get this thing sort of going, even though we don't have much yet, instead of waiting until I have more, was because it is December 6th, guys. Tomorrow is December 7th, and I wanted to ask you about this, Dry Bones. Are things still gonna still gonna go as far as that's concerned, or what are we looking at?
Sorry, some people were talking to me in mumble. What was the question?
December 7th is tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow is December 7th. I don't know why you'd ask me that.
Remember
Because
7/7.
the
When Rockstar.
Rockstar thing, yeah, that's
Yeah,
why.
what about it?
Does it
That's
look like he's going to be able to do it on schedule or not? Because I know we had some thoughts about maybe he wouldn't be able to do it because he
Because of
got
his
blown off.
suspension?
Yeah, because he got blown the fuck out like 3
I don't think
times.
so.
So you really
don't-
think a suspension
That's
is going to
true.
stop
No,
Rockstar?
no, that's true. That's true.
He said that he's not really too interested in getting back on Twitter because this is just an awful issue. But he has people that are basically dedicated to signal boosting. Well, at this point, it's not signal boosting. It's basically transmitting his dump information.
Oh God, is he the true Dorito Pope then? He has bishops.
But if you got bishops, you need rooks so you can move horizontally and vertically as opposed to just diagonals.
You're gonna
How
have some
soon before we
knights.
get exorcists?
Anyways, he's fine. He's covered in terms of getting his message out. He's in contact with people.
All right,
So that
perfect.
people know when he's going to be.
Roguestar does not
We're gonna
like
do
me
some
right
shit out
now.
of that.
Roguestar does not like me right now, and it's because I got involved with the King of Pole thing. I was trying to explain to him why King of Pole took what he was saying negatively.
Oh yeah, I remember those tweets. Yeah, but by the way, if I bash you at all, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, I just shit all over King Pole, so it should be okay.
No, I was basically, well, that's fine. I was taking the stance. I understood why he
He
thought,
was upset. Yeah.
why he thought what Roguestar has said was using that person as a bargaining chip because of how he phrased it. To me, it looked like that's
Yeah,
what he was saying.
Rockstar knew all of that, and he understood that immediately after it happened. It's just that he's really upset about everything about it. He's not. He didn't want King of Pole to go that way, but then it did happen, and then it just became a mess. And he didn't like the way everything turned out, so he.
Yeah, it's pretty
He didn't
shitty all
know
around.
why he reacted that way. He knew.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah.
Well, he had good intentions, although the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
But I will say, I think King of Pole's a dick, and people who give out chats. That's essentially the rule I have with that group that I run. If you share, this is assumed a private group. If you share anything in this group, you are automatically removed. You will remain on my Skype, but you will automatically be removed from the Skype group.
Yeah, and honestly, there has to be if you take an oath basically not to say shit, you kind of have to fucking stick to it. I mean, it's one thing if you do something accidentally. I assume I'm not you, but I assume that could be forgiven. But it's another thing if you do that kind of shit. And as far as the KOP thing versus Roguestar, pretty much the only reason I stuck my nose into it, I didn't really take a side. I just shit all over King of Pole because I was pissed off at him anyway, and I still am. It's not the fact that he's a dick; it's the fact that he has no tact. He had a large audience for a long time, had a very poignant voice, and made a lot of really good points. He just didn't have any fucking tact, at all. Completely tactless person, and it's just like, come on, man, you got to do better than that. So, as soon as I saw an opportunity to just fucking shit on him, I just kind of did. So, yeah, I guess I'm a dick for that, but whatever.
Well, the bigger problem with King of Pole is just he's in it for himself. I mean, that tweet where he said Gamergate is dead and he and only a few people can save it.
Did you see him? Did you see him? Did you see him this morning when the VGA thing? He started basically pulling stuff off my thread and throwing it on there, which I appreciate the signal boost and all, but I thought it was hilarious. I think his response was, "Oh my God, the VGA was rigged. It's the Illuminati." Blah blah blah. It was kind of hilarious. And I was like, "Bro, can you not overreact?" And yeah, nothing's changed.
Yeah, he's not going to change at all. All you can really do is ignore him and hope he doesn't gain any more followers at this point.
Oh, it's called falling on the sword, basically, and he's gonna continue to hurt himself, and it'll be what it'll be. I mean, And by the way, if you are a follower of King of Pole and you hear this stream, don't take it personally. We don't have anything against you. I mean, you're just one of us. It doesn't matter which Isolde you pick, which time of the day. And I do know for a fact that there has been some people going out and bashing people that still support KOP as shills. And I mean, come on, guys, knock that the fuck off. It doesn't matter who you fucking listen to. All right, honestly, at the end of the day, all that matters is how much you contribute. But I could give a shit if you listen to King of Ketchup. I really don't care.
Yeah, King of Ketchup. Yeah, I mean, you can listen to him, but just remember to keep an open mind, look at things from all angles.
There you go. Be objective.
Yeah, like I openly will say I don't like Jenny's project because of what she's done with it. She doesn't seem very interested in the project. She seems very reserved to the project, as in she claims to put in a lot of effort, but knows little to nothing about her project. I know more about her project and cost and development from professionals, as in what it would cost me to get professionals to do it. I know more about that stuff than she does. I know what each person would be doing once they got up and running. I know how much it costs from different sources for different locations and what type of code and description of the site is to pitch it to anyone. I could pitch her site for her. I could do it. The people she claims, as described on her team, should be able to present, based on the job description, is a normal requirement, should be able to come up with the idea and then pitch it. That's what some of those people's qualifications are. So, yeah.
Yep.
Don't just assume because the E-celebs, they are right.
Lay Isolde.
Oh my lords, the E-celebs, the feels, bro.
Lay Isolde face.
Yeah.
Lay Isolde face. I'm gonna make that a meme.
Yeah.
Just because.
Let's not.
No, let's do it. Do it anyways. Listen out to him. Do it. I encourage you as a bad influence.
Well, you have to say Bones Coon really, really nice. Bones Coon. So he won't delete the memes.
Hi, Bones Coon. You must so happy.
I love my work. I do it for free. Just remember, I do it for free. I do it all for free. For you.
You should start a Patreon for Hot Pockets.
I should. I love to eat Hot Pockets. I actually had 2 this morning, and I have a box of 16 more in the fridge. Believe it or not.
Haven't they gotten so much fucking better though? Haven't they gotten so much better since the original?
Well, the second one that I had this morning was flat, so I don't know. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be flat, but that's how it was. And
I'm a
like
sucker for some of the lean ones, like the cheese pizza.
Oh, God.
See, one before cheese.
So there you go. So we
just checked. Hold on a second. We're having.
I think it's working. Oh,
You got your new girlfriend too.
Is it working? I think it's working. Hello, world.
We're still working. We're alive.
My name's King of Pole. I verified it.
Hello. Sorry, I've been having a bit of technical difficulties on my end. Are we still live?
Yes, we are.
It looks like it stayed up that entire time. So.
Oh, good, good.
The live button's still on, and I'm watching the stream itself.
Guys, do you guys know what Ape Games are?
Ape Games.
Yeah, it's still live.
Apparently, it's some publisher of fine board and card games since 1995. I don't know that they're following the Gamergate.me Twitter now.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Aren't they turning this into a card game? I think they are. I want a Gamergate card game. Can we have Gamergate Cards Against Humanity? Can we have a Brianna Wu card against humanity?
Wait,
literally Wu.
There's a Gamergate card game that got leaked out by TerraTax yesterday.
Oh gosh, I'll buy it.
Link it.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
Okay, let me find
Does
it.
Does it have? Oh boy, I wonder if it has Isolde, just like some of the cards that you could get. Oh gosh, this is gonna be cool. Like maybe fucking IA is a planeswalker or something.
What is it? So it's going to be like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Magic, or more of like Munchkins.
Please more Magic. I'm a huge fan of Magic, and I'm a huge fan of watching people play Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm not a huge fan of playing Yu-Gi-Oh because it's so goddamn expensive for one thing, and for another thing, it goes so ridiculously fast when you have good players that I just can't. I need time to think. That's why I play Magic. Still,
I'm basically just here to say that Dry Bones is a shit.
every goddamn stream, she says the same thing.
Oh, don't
Hey,
worry. We've had someone who, well, he's a bird. I won't name him by name, but
Oh boy.
Okay,
John.
Jessica, why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay, great.
I'm that giant cunt everyone hates.
I don't hate you. Don't say that.
True.
No, that's not true. You're a giant cunt that some people love and some people hate. I mean, just be accurate.
Yeah, I actually hate Jessica.
It really does. Even took away my editor account on Gamergate.me.
my God, John, White Knight harder.
Oh.
Blow the fuck out.
I don't even know who. So Jessica is who?
Jessica's Emma Valdi, and obviously you've seen her Twitter, and from there I will let her explain.
Wait, what?
Honestly, I'm just a shit poster that Dry Bones trusts for some reason.
I'd say you do a lot more than that. I mean, why don't you tell them about like some of the people that you've known in the past that are now wrapped up in this whole thing?
Right, it's basically like 2 degrees of separation from Robert Koo, who was on the VGA panel, which is basically... Sorry, my mic is fucked right now. Basically, it's just backtracking from Robert Koo to his work with Child's Play and Desert Bus. And the people behind Desert Bus I basically went to school with.
And how much have you found out since, I guess, last night? I wanted to also let you know we do actually have an operation regarding that now. We have Op GG Slam, and there's a sticky on HN, and so if you found anything else out, please dump it there, because I wish you were on earlier when I was thinking stuff up, because I could not find a lot of crap, and I had to go ahead and punch out the OP without having more stuff. And I was crying to Radix, and I was like, Radix, where is Jessica? Oh my god, I need her right now.
I basically woke up an hour ago.
I figured. You know what else was hilarious is that roughly an hour and a half before this stream was supposed to start or so, Dry Bones had been in a stream with me last night, and so the stream ended, but the hangout went for like 10 hours more. Like, we just sat there like bullshitting, me and a bunch of people. It was hilarious. And fucking Dry Bones was in the stream, fell asleep in his chair, and woke up and was like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, you have an interview in 2 hours, sir. You might want to.
I mean, Dry Bones had fallen asleep like halfway through the stream last night.
I'm pretty sure he did, because we kept talking to him, and he was like, what? It was great.
He falls asleep on Mumble like every fucking night.
Oh my god. But yeah, I mean, feel free to dump anything you found, and hit me up in IRC. But yeah, dump everything with relation to Desert Bus and Child's Play. That whole thing, like, fucking please, dump as much pasta as you can into that thread, because we need it right now, and there are a lot of people that would like to see that. So
Yeah, I'll get digging tonight, and
Awesome.
I'll make sure everything gets put together.
beautiful.
Make sure that's accurate. What's the deal with? I thought Child's Play and Desert Bus charities were clean. I didn't. Can you reveal more about that?
Okay, it's pretty circumstantial at this point, but basically, the guy who started Desert Bus, Graham, he started a Loading Ready Run as well, and they work with The Escapist and Penny Arcade a bunch. And his girlfriend is very staunchly anti-GG, like daily retweeting stuff from Literally Whale and Anita and all of that.
Literally whale. Oh my
Yeah.
god. That's really catching on. Literally whale.
That disturbs me. Any connection with that in particular individual is disturbing.
But
Why-
basically, it's a direct link between her and, like, she helps run Desert Bus and these anti-GG people.
So in other words, it's circumstantial, but we do know that this one person basically runs anti-GG stuff and is also part of that development group. So
And she's also friends with Robert Koo, who was on the VGA panel.
yeah, that's true. I think we did a little bit more digging into exactly who was on the Game Journal Pros list that was also on the panel. It wasn't as many people as we thought, but it was so substantial, and I can tell you the ones that we did find for sure were Luke Heston, Dale North, Ludwig Keitzman, and Chris Grant, and we weren't able to prove it, but we did find a lot of questionable connections to Kesson McDonald, Andy McNamara, Jamin Warren, obviously, Ben Silverman, Chris Kohler, and Jeff Gersman. Believe it or not, I will say one thing about just Jeff Gersman, because I know a lot of people said, oh, I won't have any problem if Jeff Gersman had won the category that Total Biscuit was promoted for, and I will point out that Jeff Gersman was the other major contender before I say this. But and I would have been totally fine with him winning too. I will leave people to draw their own conclusions about this, but one of the things that we found was, despite being nominated for an award category on this show, he also was on the jury board that decides who the winners are for that same show, as it turns out. I don't know if people were aware of that, but Jeff Gersman was on the jury awards panel for the VGA 2014 Game Awards, despite being nominated for one of the categories. So, conflict of interest? I don't know. That's up to you guys to decide. I personally don't think so, because again, that category in particular was for public awards, so the jury panel had no say as far as we know and who won, which is probably why Total Biscuit won, because I'm guessing that if they did have a say, that would not have happened. But that being said, yeah, I mean, he was on that. And then obviously there's one that you were mentioning, which I guess was Koo.
But what the other thing with this though, like all the people from Desert Bus this year, there's like Maya Kramer was working on Desert Bus.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
We know who Maya Kramer is, and multiple other people who are working on Desert Bus.
And didn't you say there was a link to, there were a couple links, we already found some links to Silverstring, obviously via Game Journal Pros, but that there was some link with some of these people directly with Silverstring.
Yeah, one of the social media coordinators for Desert Bus this year helped work with Penny Arcade organizing the Women in Game Development panel at PAX, which Zoe Quinn was on.
Oh boy.
So what you're saying is there's reasonable concerns of impropriety based on the connections that these people have and their involvement with certain activities that make the GDA or that make the award show very highly questionable.
Yeah.
Okay, because the thing about award shows is that it's to me personally, award shows are kind of a display of like. I think that the nature of awards is inherently corrupt because basically, what is the point of award? It's validation, and that validation gives you fame, either a combination of fame, wealth, or power. So that there's impropriety doesn't for me personally, this isn't a big issue. It's still a problem. Don't get me wrong, but the issues of it's basic. Why do I always finish my sentences and then try to add on something to it? But basically what I'm trying to say is the award shows being corrupt and this impropriety does not surprise me, is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, the one other thing I'll say is people ask, well, why is this important? And a lot of people on the thread earlier when I first started it were asking the same thing. A lot of people in IRC also said the same thing. Why is this important? Haven't we given up on this particular award show, especially given how bad it was last year? I don't know if anybody remembers the VG. This is when it was still called the VGA Awards. It was so bad, and the fallout was so bad from 2013's VGA Awards, that they couldn't show it on Spike anymore. They had to completely reorganize and reproduce the show. Of course, they did it with exactly the same judges and exactly the same advisory panel, but people ask, why is this important? And I'll point your attention to a link that I'm going to put into the chat here. That's why it's important, because the branding of Game of the Year, the branding of these awards matters. It really, really matters in terms of how content sells and how companies like Steam or Valve and others sell the content. Being able to put that Game of the Year stamp on specific, on nominated content and winning content makes a huge difference in how it sells. And therefore, it directly dictates from a corporate standpoint, because again, money is everything in a business, what content developers produce at the large firms. So why does this matter? Even if these award shows are circle jerks at this point, or just back scratching, it matters because this is how they control the content. It's one of the most direct ways that this clique of people that we have now come to, discover, this clique of very corrupt, very nasty people, can control what games you play. And they're saying, oh, we're not taking your games away. Well, this is part of how they take your games away. They rig the system so that the games they want get promoted and succeed, and the games they don't want don't succeed, and then they give them awards, and they give awards to themselves. But then the major companies have no other choice but to go out and stamp those games with those awards, because there is no alternative, and there's nothing else out there that they can stamp on it and get the same brand recognition. And even with, somebody suggested, well, why don't we just do our own award show? Great idea, but it will take years and millions of people tuning into it to get the same brand recognition that a stamp of, say, Game of the Year from a freelance award show would get from a Game of the Year from the actual Game of the Year show, okay? So to get that same brand recognition, that's not going to happen in 2 or 3 or 4 months. That's going to happen in years. So people were asking, why is it important that we dig into this thing if it's not surprising, if it's a circle jerk? That's exactly why. Because branding matters. And as you can see, there's already a Steam sale based on the nominees. So what about all the titles that didn't get nominated because that panel was in charge of choosing the nominees? What about the fact that Dragon Age was only out for less than 2 weeks before it was nominated? I mean, granted, they got copies early to test it, but still, isn't there something fundamentally wrong with that? That's why it's important that we look into these things.
Well, now you put context to the whole the whole problem. That means that the question I raised is actually the reason why. I just answered my own question essentially, and you elaborated on that of why this really matters. Because you're right. It's okay to have like if they're just going to have a circle jerk award show, that's one thing. But if it's also going to affect the actual market, and it's actually going to affect
you directly affect content.
Right. It's going to affect content, it's going to affect sales, and it's going to affect the market, and it's very anti-consumer at that point. Mm-hmm. So yeah, this definitely should be on GG's radar and not be regarded as a minor issue. It's a big issue.
I do have a contingency on the whole problem with the whole well, if you don't like it, make your own. When we're talking about a system, we're talking about a system in place. That's fucking retarded. And the reason is it's like saying that with the government. Let's try doing that with the government. Why don't we make our own? Well, there's already a government in place, and they own all this land. They have this capital already existing. Why not instead change the system? It's far more productive.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely true. I mean, it's a half and half. Like there are definitely things that we can do our own, like our own media sites and our own review sites, and it's important that we do that. But by the same token, it's important that we also not just say, oh fuck it, we're just going to let them die on their own. And this is increasingly what a lot of people, I've seen on 8chan saying is, oh well, why don't we just, since we're already pushing this and we're already pushing that, just stop sending emails and let Kotaku die. I mean, that's the wrong attitude. Do both. Do both, because a lot of these media sites, a lot of this other stuff, it's not going to go away. We are going to have to change it from the inside, and we can't just throw up our hands because it doesn't look like we're having any effect, or we're not having enough of effect, or whatever. I've seen every excuse under the sun at this point, and I'm sick of excuses. Stop throwing up your hands and just fucking just do something, okay? Send emails, whatever you got to do to feel like you contributed. But don't throw up your hands and say, oh, we're just going to make our own and fuck it. Do both. Promote both things. But especially when it comes to stuff like the Game Awards shows, we absolutely have to change that from the inside, because that's different than media, even Metacritic review sites. This will take years to change. And there's a myriad of these award shows. There's IGDA. There's this one. There's so many other award shows or award conferences. There's fucking PAX itself, for that matter. We have to change these things from the inside. They're institutions. They are not going to go away. They're too big to fail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I agree with your sentiments that basically, I've heard a lot of people say they basically we're not doing anything that's having impact. Well, where do you have to verify that? Like, I've actually looked at, and Laboom showed me some of these stuff, like the effect we've had on Gama Sutra. It's been big. We've been hurting. We've been killing them. So if we keep pushing the campaign, they will eventually go away. And the same thing with
Or
like
change, one of the
We
two.
are having an impact in the boardrooms. I hate when people fucking rely on the news. The news is not public perception. The news is not the people that matters perception. It matters not what the news articles say. It matters not what the public press say. What matters is what those people who gather in those boardrooms, what those people who control these companies, who own stocks in our stakeholders. Even, I don't give a shit what anyone says. The people who have a good portion of stocks do have pull and influence over the company. They own part of the company. So if they tell the company they don't like something or they're going to take their business elsewhere, that is big for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and and that basically ties into my whole point, which is just like we are definitely having an effect. If you don't believe that, then I'm sorry that you have blinders on. And I can sympathize with why people are saying that. I mean, again, we the last 9 days or so of Gamergate have probably been the most eventful 9 days of Gamergate since it began, and there are too many people, both e-celebs and regular people, who fail to grasp just exactly how many things have been going on. We had a board change. We had tons and tons and tons of people from other boards and other board cultures, more importantly, who were disenfranchised suddenly come flooding back and getting on top of things. We had all kinds of new ops. We had tons of new information coming out, and we are definitely having a palpable effect. And we've got 2 AAA devs now that have come out staunchly, pro Gamergate and been attacked for it. And these things are getting more attention now, which is good because about a week or so ago, a little over a week ago, none of these things were getting the proper attention, and that was really, really upsetting. But now they are, and they need to get more attention. And that's the thing. It's just stay focused. This is as Sargon pointed out, we are kind of into a grindy phase at this point. But the fire still rises. Like more is still going to happen. And just because IA is gone, or just because King of Pol is spazzing out, it does not mean that you should throw up your hands and say, "Oh my God, Gamergate's dead. This is the great fall of Gamergate." To quote a YouTube comment that I saw the other day. No, absolutely not. And especially for the major advertisers and the major firms like Gauntlet's Future, Kotaku, and Polygon, we are having an effect. We are still having an effect. We need to continue to have an effect. Okay, we definitely stalled out a week ago, I think, and we've bounced back from that phenomenally. Now it's time to get back to emails, and to get back to going after these advertisers. And don't stop. I mean, just because it doesn't look like anything's happening, don't stop. Trust me, something's happening.
To
Speaking
add
of
to that,
emails,
go ahead, Jessica.
I just emailed my contact at Valve and Eric Johnson directly
Oh,
about
awesome.
which of
There you
because
go.
they didn't list who from Valve was actually on that advisory panel.
Yeah, I was wondering
I
about
just
that.
asked who it was, and I'll see if I get a reply from that.
All right.
Okay.
I wonder if it was Gabe himself.
Oh, by the way, if you're talking with Valve, we're trying to see if we can get Steam or Humble Bundle to be involved with Game It Forward, which is a neutral enterprise. It is completely independent of Gamergate, but it is.
I'd recommend that you contact Valve's business email directly on that.
Okay.
The only reason I'm emailing them directly like this is because I have them for my Dota contacts. So.
Yeah, I also spoke with the guy who's running Game It Forward, Shrekbane, about the state of that. And basically, right now, although he has a lot of keys, they kind of need more keys because they haven't been getting a lot, and there's not on the variety of games has kind of gone down. So if you have spare keys you'd like to donate, get in contact with what?
I was just saying is that we wanted from those people to give us, if there was employees of Steam and employees of Valve who had spare keys. We weren't actually asking them to generate the keys or anything of that. We were actually
what you might want to do, you might want to contact G2A.com. They do a lot of stuff with like selling keys and stuff for games, like person-to-person stuff. So you might be able to organize something through that.
Could you link that here?
Yeah, sure. One sec.
Yeah, I'm going to swing this. Yeah, just get in contact with Trekbane if you have extra keys you want to donate. They're always looking. Um, but to swing back to like an earlier point that, sorry, one moment, Zan was making. Um, when people leave, they sometimes have reason for basically getting out of Gamergate or taking a step back from Gamergate. And I agree with you that they should, but they should do it for the right reasons. Like maybe there's something going on in their life and they can't be activists as big activists or proponents of this as they used to be, or like maybe they're just like maybe they just need to maybe
Maybe
they're
they're just overloaded.
yeah, exactly. Like there are reasons for people leaving. We shouldn't like brand them as like traitors or like
Yeah,
deserters.
I mean,
absolutely.
I
That
have
was
for a long time, so
yeah. That was one of the things that kind of upset me. It kind of upset me with what happened with IA. Is like, I mean, yeah, he really did kind of get dogpiled. But by the same token, the cautionary tale that I've hit on since then, and that I've talked about myself since then, is like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with leaving, but don't slam the door and throw a Molotov in the house on your way out. I mean, that was what upset me about that whole situation, and I really don't want to keep talking about it. I've talked about it on like 5 different streams. I'm sure it's going to keep coming up, for quite some time, but we are moving past that. It's time to stop talking about that and start talking about the future. But the bottom line is, if you do want to leave in the future, please don't throw a Molotov in the house on the way out. Please, can you please not do that? Because some of us, that have to clean up after that,
I
and then it's like,
completely agree,
wow.
and we should move on from this topic.
Yeah.
Anyway, the stream won't run for will be going for about another 45 minutes. I don't want
Perfect.
to get it past 4 hours because then Google kind of derps on the whole stream thing. Um, if you want in, there's still you can just DM me at jkellytwit because we still have time for that. And like I said, Nico and Pterodax are welcome to come on because they requested and that invitation is still open to them. They have the link. Um, what in the meantime? What other topics did we want to discuss?
There's hold on, I'll bring up the actual thing. But so you host with this client, correct?
Oh, did I get the?
No, that's for dry bones.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Wait,
That's
sorry,
when
what?
this is the client you host on for the servers, right?
We do not use Cloudflare to host the servers, no.
What do you use Cloudflare for?
Cloudflare is just to kind of like redirect the domain like for the name servers to point it at the servers, and it takes the beating when we get high amounts of traffic. It's not a host though.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a distribution network.
Okay. I was just curious as to which plan you use. I actually making my own site itself and doing my own side of things. So I was just curious which one. Um,
I typically use Cloudflare free for most of my sites. We use Cloudflare Pro for Gamergate.me,
mhm.
and one other site that we're hosting on the server that because of security things. So
All right.
it gives us extra security stuff in the front end. Not like a whole bunch, but it helps with with some things.
Okay. Well, I was just curious because you're saying you had it running pretty high on the costs of per month for the server cost. What is your server host that you run with?
I'm not gonna say who my host is because I don't want someone to possibly contact them and try and get them to remove me. But
AMCA or some bullshit.
yeah, not although I'm not really too afraid of that because I know who they've hosted in the past, and they typically don't do that, even for illegal activities in some places. It depends. Um, but the host is I moved to I switched from one host to this new host a little bit like between mid September. The
Mhm.
reason that I actually got the servers was to actually start up that server rehosting business, but then I got caught up in Gamergate even more than I expected. Um, the reason why it costs so much is because of multiple reasons. I have one big server that hosts the main websites.
Mm-hmm.
Get Good, Gamergate.me, my own personal business, some other various websites. I'm also planning on putting on Vidya FM on there. The other server hosts a archive, and a archive really needs a whole server by itself because of the amount of storage it needs.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it also hosts some other things on that one server. I forget what's on there. And then we have a third server that's it has 12 terabytes of storage that I use to back up both the 8 archive and the main server to because I don't know if you remember back when I accidentally deleted the whole server. Yeah, so that happened once, and I mean, didn't really delete it, but
Never again.
okay, it was a huge fiasco. Luckily, I didn't
No,
actually.
it's like that's like people like to say, "Oh, never again."
I'd like to know how you accidentally delete an entire server.
Okay,
Dry Bones,
so
check the report queue.
I put a slash.
Your fucking job.
There's nothing fucking wrong with it, and some
It's happening.
there's
No,
nothing
no.
wrong with this. I get so many fucking reports today. Some of them are against the rules, some of them are not. Anyways, back to the servers. So I need to make sure that the servers, if something happens to them, that we need to be able to back up, we come back from backup, or if there's a security breach or something. So that a archive is too big to back up on itself or on the other server. So I needed the third server to back up both the 8 archive and the other server, just in case stuff happens. So yeah.
That's fine. I was just wondering, curious. I mean, as this is money that the public is drawing, so they might be curious as well. Which is
Drybones, tell them the story of that time. Like, you didn't actually tell them the whole story. Tell them the whole story of that time when you deleted the whole website.
I think that's funny because Martyr wasn't online when it happened. So
This is what makes it funny.
what happened was
okay.
that
What makes it funny? Wait, let me explain what makes it funny.
It was fucking hilarious.
What makes it funny is I have a reputation for yelling at people within the Gamergate.me staff. Apparently I have a pretty short temper, and I get mad at people, and people are afraid of me. So yeah, that's the And Drybones basically deleted the whole website when I was asleep, and
Oh my God.
like they managed to salvage the website and get it back online, and I woke up about 2 minutes after the site went live again, and I woke up, logged onto the site, and I thought that nothing had happened.
he actually thought that we were fucking with him. So yeah, what happened was that I was doing a command, and I was as root on the server, and I put a slash where there shouldn't have been a slash, and it basically moved the entire operating system to a different location in itself, and there was you couldn't do any command on the server because it didn't exist. The entire operating system didn't exist while it was still running the operating system in memory. So.
Oh God. Oh my God, Mark.
If any of you guys
Hi.
understand how the Linux system works, the Unix system works.
Is that Marbert? It's in the chat.
No, it's Igatake. I'm just messing around with the. I'm new at this thing, so I'm just messing around with the settings.
Okay, move your mouse up to the top of the screen, and a thing should pop up. One of them is the webcam. Press the webcam button. It's a camera symbol. Press that, and you're good.
I had a feeling something like this might happen. Webcam.
Move your
Load
mouse
up now.
in the Hangout up to the top of the screen. Should pop up
Oh,
and
boy.
good.
Did it!
All right.
And just like that, the king of pole nudes were found.
Yo, I'd love to stick around.
Sorry
but
about that,
it's getting
guys.
so I'm going to sign off. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Moltar, before you go, do you want to promote anything?
How big is your flag?
Oh yeah, actually, there's a new website.
Gamphy?
No. Yeah, Ganthy. Yeah, it's completely unrelated to what we're doing, but I think it's a pretty neat idea, and I've been shilling for it a little bit on Twitter. It's a blog network for developers that's sort of taking pot shots at Gamasutra and what they're doing. Just basically, it's not actually affiliated with Gamergate, but it is sort of it is sort of trying to make a good effort in collecting together the developers that have sort of been marginalized by the current journalism clique and banding them together to get some semblance of power within the industry. So I think it's an admirable effort, and I think it's worth supporting. I'm gonna actually type it into the chat here just before I go.
I linked it. Yeah, I was actually gonna show for that exact same thing. I found the actual site owner on Twitter earlier, and I don't remember who it is for the life of me, or I would tell you. I found him, and I went through his tweets, and actually he is he's not implicitly pro Gamergate, but he has actually used our hashtag and stuff before, and in a good way. And he specifically said that he wants to knock the likes of Gamasutra off the map, basically, and create something totally new and unpolluted. So yeah.
Yep.
Have you
All
guys
right,
seen Brianna Wu? I'm Batman.
Wait, she thinks she's it thinks it's Batman now. What?
Yes, and the funny thing about that is, as a movie guy or cinephile,
hold on.
Oh,
Moltar was just about to leave. Yeah, Moltar, I will definitely add that to the description after the show's over. And I'd like to thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. Thanks for having me. I'll see you guys later.
Anytime. Have a good one.
Yo, Martar
Nice
is
seeing
gone.
you.
Let's talk some shit about him.
Yeah, that fucker.
yeah,
That motherfucker.
that
I
guy
love,
is
I love that mother. I love that
or
motherfucker.
whatever. I don't know.
And his moldy ass cheese. I love that too. I can smell it all the way from here. It comes. So see, I have smello internet. I'm so much more ahead of you cishet white misogynists. You fucking male misogynists. I have smello internet, and it's the future, man. And if you don't have it, then you're just a bigot.
What about
Yeah.
television?
Oh, that's so 2008, man.
2000 late.
Yeah, I pulled that out of my ass.
32 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm planning on capping the show at 4 hours.
Ah,
32
I'm
minutes. Everybody, chill as hard as you can. In 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
Still series keyboards are the best.
Yep.
I'm starting the show under my name with Igatake, not my actual name. Where I review comedies. So if you ever get a chance, please check it out. We're supposed to show, right?
Well,
Chat is talking about weaponized tweets.
Yeah, Nico Death already fucking shilling. Good job. Well, I did say shill. It's my fault.
It's fine. Well, of course it's fine for me. I just shilled.
Okay. Egad, what do you want to talk about?
Oh no, we're talking about the Babaru and Batman thing.
Oh, go for it.
So when you consider the actual social commentary on Batman is actually pretty conservative. Although I guess the authoritarian thing is probably what they like about it.
Tell me more.
And it's the actual I don't know what else to talk about. It's like the actual message and the social commentary of it is actually for the Dark Knight is actually pro. I know I don't sound that intelligent, but
capitalism?
it's actually pro. Yeah, not just pro capitalism, but actually like pro spying, pro NSA, stuff like that.
Yeah, he's spying on people. He's listening on their conversations. He's actually very, very, very conservative ideal. He gets you anywhere you are, no matter where you are, he ignores the laws to do so. He does pretty much whatever he wants. He's also runs his own corporation pretty successfully, without actually any competition or anybody really. Can't remember how to describe it. Without anybody really, overseeing him.
Yeah. Which that part was what I kind of found hilarious.
Well, the thing about this, this is like I really don't want to talk too much about this, but basically Brianna Wu is mentally unstable, and I just want to leave the conversation at that. Like I could talk more about it. There are people I know who have studied this person, and I know I've actually called. Yesterday I did call her out on Twitter multiple times, but ultimately it's distraction. So.
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, it's fine.
Okay.
This distraction's on 8chan, which is fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, fucking hate Chan. Fuck that place. I still can't get over that. That's one of my favorite things from the last 3 months. When he got on that stream and the first thing that motherfucker says is, "Oh, hey Chan, oh excuse me," and it's like, sir, did you just say hey Chan? Sir, I'm pretty sure you said hey Chan. Oh no, I meant hey Chan. No, I'm pretty sure you said hey Chan. And I was like,
And then he kept saying it for the rest of the stream.
Freudian slips beyond.
Oh, that was like the greatest stream ever. And literally, I knew Hot Wheels was gonna say something there at the end, and I could see it coming. And I was like, "You're not gonna say it. You can't. You get in so much trouble." And he fucking goes, "It's not all about you." And then end of stream. And I was like, "What?" If you guys were in the chat for that stream, because I forget who it was. Like,
it was so amazing.
They put a chat there, and it exploded. And they ended up crashing. I think they ended up crashing the website because of how many people were shit posting. It was great.
Good times, good times.
It was like a Twitch stream, basically.
Well, I know some of the people were streaming it as well. What was it? I know King of Pole did it when he didn't have as big a mental sickness, we'll say.
Well, I don't want to say that. Well, actually, if he does have any mental problems, I don't want to speculate on that.
Yeah.
Well, just look at his activity. That's all I can say.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to white knight him or anything. It's just mental illness is kind of a big deal.
I think if you made a hashtag titled "Ketchup of Poll" right now, it would probably trend more than Gamergate, and that's the problem. The sad thing is, I did exactly that, but it didn't trend. Sad face. Oh well.
You got to go with King of Ketchup.
King of Ketchup. Ketchup of I thought Ketchup of Poll was better.
Guys, does this keep sharing?
Dry Bones, you're a shit.
What happened?
Yes,
he muted himself. There, wait
Dry
a minute.
Bones. Dry Bones. Unfortunately, Google Streams does not I could set it up with OBS, but I'm a complete noob when it comes to setting things up properly for streams. But with unfortunately with Google Live Streams, the way it works, YouTube videos won't display.
The YouTube application will not function. That way, you would actually have to play the audio through. You'd have to port the audio through where we would hear you, and that way John would hear you, but so would the stream.
Okay.
Well, how the hell is it that? Have you guys seen the Saturday Night Live guys or whatever?
Oh yeah, he uses OBS. He is basically using.
How the fuck is he getting 10-hour videos and 11-hour videos? That's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, OBS. He's using the OBS software has a broadcast function in it. This allows you to connect to YouTube. The thing is I'm not sure if it cuts off at 4 hours, as in the amount of record time is only going to be 4 hours, but it will let you continue forever.
No, his shit doesn't cut off. It just goes straight through. So wait, he's like using a carbon.
Actually, to clarify something Laboon was saying, I think for new users the cap is 4 hours. I actually think I can go I can go as far as 8 hours for me personally. I think I got a message from YouTube about that.
No. I'm talking about when you look on his channel and you look for the videos, and the videos that are stored are only 4 hours long. That's the maximum amount of time they will hold for OBS. But he can run it as long as he wants. There is no set time for it will tell him to cut off. For Google Live, which is what we're in right now, it's only 8 hours. It works. It just does it 4 hours first and then uploads the rest later. So that we could do it up to 8 hours with Google Plus or Google Hangouts Plus, whatever software. But with OBS, it will do unlimited amount of time of streaming, but we'll cut it into 4 hours. So that's the cutoff.
I'm going to make one last call for Nico to come on because we are running out of time. Even though I might be able to go past 4 hours myself, but I doubt it.
You can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll just when it's buffering, will give you 4 hours. So.
Okay, well, I think it might be better to have, like, unless Nico comes on, like, in the next 10, 15 minutes, it might be better to have Nico on another time, because I do want to get the other side of the story, because, like I said, doesn't sound like she's a bad, or is Nico male or female?
It's male.
Okay.
Nico has both parts.
Oh.
And I am actually
Twitter
corrected.
names.
Oh. God.
I am actually corrected. He's gone 12 hours with OBS, 12 hours of recording,
That's
and
crazy.
I think they just break them up.
I have not been able to make it through one of those yet. I'm trying, but like 12 hours, I can't.
He has he has 800 views. That means somebody at least
800. No, he's got like 2,000 or 3,000 on. So I think one of them has 6,000 views. I was like, how the fuck did you get 6,000 views? You SLP? God damn.
Wait,
Well,
I
if you watch
assume
it
they
first-
watch one part, close it, then come back to watch
Then
another.
come back and watch the rest of it, but his view count gets high pretty quick. So
I could ask him about the analytics of that.
He could break off when people drop off.
what I don't get is how they find the will to go on for that long. Like those guys just, if you want to see people just talk and talk and talk and like have the ultimate talk radio show experience, then that's where you go. It's like it's fucking crazy.
It's gotten to
Never
a
seen
point where
anybody do that.
it's gotten to a point where some of those hangouts have gone off air and they just keep running it. Like there's one hangout that's going on like continuously that you could just pop in and like shoot the shit with random people in Gamergate.
Oh God! Oh, that might be my calling. Don't tell me about things like that. I'll get sucked in and never come out again.
I
started
could invite
turning
you
into
to
a fucking addiction.
I could
Okay,
invite-
Please tell me. I've been trying to find streams to get on.
I could invite you to him. I just have to
Sure,
add
send
you on
your-
Google Plus. Hold on.
Thank
I'll add you.
Well, go ahead and do that. I think you already did. I'll double check.
Yeah, I
But,
did. You did.
Yeah, I've been trying to increase my visibility.
He sets the Google Hangouts to be he sets them as they're not live, so that way other people can add people.
Nice.
Yeah, but he uses OBS, so he doesn't need to actually set up as a live Hangout. Yeah, because he's just screen sharing at that point.
All right, I went ahead and got you in there. Boom. So yeah. Good.
Either way, if I end up in a Hangout, I could actually just share the link in through Google Plus. Excellent.
All right. It looks like Nico is coming on. Possibly. There's an issue with his account. So if we get Nico on, we'll be going on for another 20 minutes, unless maybe a little over that.
Going into overtime. Inform the affiliates.
I think Hot Wheels
Watch
still
out for
owns
snakes.
8chan.
Yes, he
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, he did that almost immediately after the stream.
8chan.com, I think, is what he put it as.
8chan.co. It's a mirror of 8chan. Same site, just under 8chan URL.
Yep, it's a 8chan. 8chan.co. That's neat.
Actually, that's an interesting question. Dry Bones. What is the under the different .me's, .coms, .cos? What are the benefits of having an alternative dot something?
You mean like Gamergate.com?
No, I mean like yeah, except like it's Gamergate.me, not Gamergate.com. Like
Gamergate.porn.
Well, here's the thing. The difference between the com and co and me and all those ones is cost.
No, that's not the only difference.
Well, so there's other differences.
The .me is around the same price as the .com. For example, but in terms of cost, like .io, .fm, those websites cost $100 for a domain.
You ever just fucking sit in your chair and look at yourself and realize that you have a giant fat roll? And be like, what are you doing with your life? My God, I'm on a fucking Google Hangout talking about video games ethics, and I have a huge fat roll, and I've been doing this now for the last 36 hours.
Go to gym, you fatty.
Yeah.
I know the feeling.
I'm
Dry
gonna
bombs
just
at
have to
right.
I'm gonna have to turn everything off for like after this for like days, because
Take a break, man.
I can't. I keep getting sucked in. I find things that are interesting, and it's an excuse not to do anything.
Go to the
I
gym.
literally woke up, had 5 cups of coffee, and then came on your stream. So
My fucking God.
Well, I'm
This
glad
has
it's not just me
basically
then.
been my life for the past 3 months, so it hurts.
I know the feeling, Dry Bones.
The B-Plane Smash on the stream has been the longest continuous amount of gameplay I have played in the past 3 months.
I wish I could do that. My computer won't handle anything else other than doing Hangouts.
I think we need to like start a Gamergate Minecraft server or something.
I'm sure
My
someone's already done
computer
that.
could not handle that.
No,
the
no.
autism. We would all play Minecraft endlessly is what would happen, and nothing would get done. I can already tell you. As a former Poland crafter, and I doubt anybody remembers Poland Craft, which was the old Pol server from 4chan way back in the day.
Yeah,
And,
didn't they get invaded by Hitler Chan?
No, like we got invaded by read the ED article on adrenaline on, and yeah. Anyway, no, what happened to Poland Craft is the amount of autism, people absolutely losing their shit, breaking their keyboards and stuff over raiding each other's bases with TNT cannons, blowing up fucking supposedly indestructible 5-layer obby water cubes with jury-rigged, TNT cannons with all kinds of fancy tricks and shit. The most possible autism happened on those servers, and Minecraft was ruined for me as a result. I did things I'm not proud of. I saw things.
Do you remember when furnaces took forever to break, like back in beta?
Okay, Nico just came in. Hello, Nico.
Nico, how you doing?
Is it true you have both genitals?
Nico?
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
Okay.
Sound like Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Leave Nico alone. Let's hear what Nico has to say when
Wait, is
explaining
my
his thing.
mic high enough?
Your mic's good. Just tell us your story.
Yeah.
Hi.
Damn.
Yes.
That was loud. Now you,
What an
Nico.
interesting story.
Yes, it is.
Alright, tell us what happened with HN.
Well, basically, wait, are we talking about on December 1st or November 1st?
Start from the beginning.
Right. Like, how did you first get involved with Gamergate? Start there.
Okay, well, basically, I had been. Am I blowing into my mic?
A little.
Okay, well, so anyway, well, back when, like, the burgers and fries stuff first started. Okay, so when the burgers and fries stuff first happened, I had gone on to. Oh wait, can I just 1 second?
Anyone there?
We're still here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nico is adjusting something.
Oh, okay. I just went silent there for a second.
Okay, I had the YouTube going, so it kept echoing my voice. So anyway, when the burgers and fries stuff first started, we were talking. I think it was on one of the R9K threads, and we were talking about basically like places where we could discuss this because there was already stuff where like on V, it wasn't when Moot had made the sticky about it, but people were like already having stuff deleted, and there were because I know it was originally being sort of spammed in small threads and then deleted, and then eventually people decided that they could make one mega thread, and then Moot ended up banning all of that. And I had made the burgers board, I think 2 days before Moot had done that, and there was a few people posting there, but like once Moot had done that, pretty much everybody started going into burgers and as well as the IRC. And I think at that point, Mark made the V board, and whoever runs poll made the poll board, and I think /A was made then as well. And I was actually surprised that those boards hadn't already been made.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like, I don't know why those didn't exist until then.
Yeah. But anyway, and I think it was like 2 weeks later, I had the board renamed to /GG because people didn't like having it connotated with burgers and fries over Gamergate. So, and things were pretty normal until November 1st. Like, there were a few like people complaining, but there wasn't really any major complaints.
Still here?
Oh yeah, sorry, my headset cut out.
I'm just new at this, and I don't know if it's cutting. Like, I don't know what's happening.
Okay, just a sec. Let me get closer. So anyway, I think it was. So yeah, it was on November 1st. I had basically just. I think I had just seen something that Pterodax had tweeted. I had known about Pterodax like 2 years before that, but I hadn't really followed anything he did until just then. Like I didn't even remember that he was the one who had posted the Smash Code stuff. And so, anyways, I had added him. Also, I think he might have been getting the Smash Codes things confused when you were talking about Steam codes earlier. It was just he had made a joke saying he would give Smash codes to the first 10 people.
Then why was there a tweet from At the Conspiracy to him where she gives him those codes? Because that's not what happened.
She didn't give him.
She also
the code. She
retweeted
said,
and say,
"No,
go get them codes, guys."
Yeah, that's what happened. She retweeted it and he said, "Go get them codes." It wasn't something that was planned ahead of time or anything. It was just a joke he had made, and then she, like, I think it was her just being sarcastic. I don't know, really.
Fair enough.
But yeah, so anyway, it was November 1st, and I had followed him, and he followed back, and we were DMing, sort of about GG in general. I forget exactly what we talked about, and this was around the time that I had set up the applications for /GG, for like more people to become volunteers. I think Drybones knows about this, because I had forwarded to the Blade all the applications. I'm not sure if Drybones had anything to do with that.
So you went down.
No. So anyway, what happened was I had been going through the applications, and I saw that Pterodax had made one, and I was actually just done as a joke because we had been talking, and I don't know. I thought I from what I could tell, and I still believe this, he's not really out there to get GG. I don't think he or really anybody else in the GNA really cares about Gamergate, or like, and I think as a whole they really sort of agree with at least attacking SJWs. They just target GG because they're fun. I think a lot of people in GG are easy to troll.
Yeah.
So, like, and I think you guys can see that easily.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah. So, and uh, so I had seen the application, and I thought, like, it wasn't even meant to be this big, like, epic ruse or anything. I had really just thought it would have been, like, a funny thing to do, because there was also the Kotaku in Action thing where they had, like, some Ghazi SJW as a mod. And so I thought it would be, like, I don't know, I thought it would be funny to add Pterodax as a mod, so I did that. And it really blew up quickly, which I had not been expecting. I really just expected a few people to comment on it, and then I would have deleted the account, and that would have been it. But people were freaking out, and I did delete it as I had been planning to. But I guess at that point, once I think Hot Wheels had been asleep when I actually did it, and he woke up and thought that I had been hacked, which I think that was more of a like a stress thing rather than because I think the way I had done it would have made it somewhat obvious that it wasn't me getting hacked, since it would have been both my Twitter and my 8chan account, the account for the GG board, that I had used because I had DM'd him the username and password. So anyway, copy paste or Hot Wheels or whatever you want to call him. He thought I had been hacked, though he deleted the account immediately. And I had gotten into IRC to talk about it. And I think what he had done, I think what happened was he told me he had deleted my account and he called me a retard. And I had thought that he was like, I didn't really realize that he had not realized that I had done it on purpose. So I thought he was just deleting the account because, like, as a punishment or whatever, and then giving it to someone else. And so I said that, yeah, I think that, like, if I was in his shoes, I would have done that as well. And I went, okay, well, I'm also feeling kind of burned out with moderation, so I don't really mind it that much. And so then he went and opened applications to get a new owner, and I think he had received like 50 applications or something, and he ended up picking the Blade, I think because he wasn't really as noticeable in Gamergate.
Do you want me to tell you why you picked Blade?
Sure.
Well, yeah, I think maybe that he didn't want any e-celebs picked for the board. He told us in chat that he had picked him because he was a programmer and that he had worked on things in 8chan and that he trusted Blade. So that was one of the reasons. And I actually didn't know Blade until it had happened. I don't even remember how. Oh yeah, now I remember what happened. All right, continue on.
Okay, yeah, sorry about the way I'm talking. I'm like not breathing at all, and so I have to like mute my mic to breathe. So
Yeah, it's fine.
yeah, so anyway, so after that, Blade and I think the people he had added as martyrs were Dry Bones, Thidrin, NC, I forget, NCTN I think was his name, and there was like one other person who I don't know who they were. So they were moderating the board for about a month, and there were some people complaining, but I don't think. Drive-ons, can you tell me like what people were thinking of, like what people were complaining about on GG while you were moderating it?
It wasn't until like towards like the past 3 days before we had given it to you when you asked. What was happening was that poll stuff was being deleted, and it kept getting worse and worse because they started raiding the board and everything. And we had a kind of like a policy of try to keep poll stuff not as Polish in a way.
What
So
about German?
so when stuff started going south with the Pole people, we were going to change up the moderation on that. But what people were upset with mostly was the Pole deletions and bans.
Okay, yeah, and I would like to say I think there were some people complaining about that when I was moderating it. It wasn't like with GG. It was really hard to moderate because everybody's calling each other shills. You have people who are reporting people as shills, and then you're having people who are calling people shills being reported as shills. And the word shill was used way overused.
Oh yeah.
And I think Dry Bones can back me up on that. And
Sorry,
so
what was it?
that the word shill was way overused
Oh my
in
God! Even
reports.
now.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
shit! I read posts that if you don't like what they
Who's a shill?
say,
You're a shill. Everything is shill. We're all
And-
shills, aren't we?
I think I kind of regret deleting so much. Like I had deleted a lot of things because I think I had sort of like a better safe than sorry approach to it. I didn't really ban people that much except for like spam bots. Or if people were like really, really showing, I guess. Yeah.
I made a board and I got called a shill for
I think-
presenting argument and evidence, and yeah.
The funny thing was, I remember copy paste was, or I guess Hot Wheels. He was when I was asking him about getting the board back. He had told me that I think 3 times he had been. I think it was 3 times he had been banned when he wasn't using his admin tag. He had been banned 3 times for being a shill on GG.
he gets reported actually quite a lot.
Yeah.
Because he posted something on the board. This is before the GG thing. He posted something on the GG board and then told us which post it was. And I looked at the report queue and he had reports against him. People keep reporting him.
Why do they report him? Like,
Well, because he didn't have the tag. Like, he didn't have the
He
admin
didn't have
tag.
the admin tag, and he's posting completely anonymous, and he says things that everyone keeps thinking only shills would say. And no, that's actually not real saying it. He's just not putting on his tag. And it's hilarious.
So, yeah.
And I might have even banned him once before. I don't know.
Oh God.
So, yeah, during that 1 month, I had been kind of not against Gamergate, but kind of against some of the stupid stuff in it. And I think I do see where people are coming from when they think, oh, this guy might be an anti-GG shill because of all the stuff I've said over the past month. Like, I've been, and a lot of people think it's just me being salty about not losing the board.
well, since the board that I created is gone now, I can talk about it. They actually called me a shill because I was having problems with Jenny's project, saying that the evidence shills try to take part of everything that the E-celebs do, and it's like that guy's obviously a shill.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the hilarious thing was there were these people, a lot of people on /Gamergate now, who were calling me like, oh, like I'm a wannabe e-celeb or shill or whatever, and then they're calling me a wannabe e-celeb, and then they talk about me in the e-celeb thread, and also when they're calling me an attention whore, and then
But you
constantly give
belong
me
in the East
attention.
Lib grid.
I know that, but I'm saying when they're calling
I'm
me a
just saying.
wannabe, when they're calling me a wannabe e-celeb, it's not really.
That is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Mm.
And
Surprisingly, I never got called that despite being a wannabe e-celeb.
Now we shall resurrect an entire shill factory, and we shall
So,
call
yeah.
it you.
The
So I'm
shill
just-
show.
I've only been called a shill once. I don't know why.
So
I've always
I'm-
been a shill.
Actually, a funny story. When I started the Gamergate.giz.mo website, I was kind of new into it. I was only like a week or two into Gamergate. And you guys remember Araf? You guys know Araf or Naridian?
Is that like
I talked to him earlier today, actually.
Oh shit,
No,
okay.
He
That was
banned,
loud.
Do tell.
he banned me from the channels that he was up in the IRC
Yeah,
because
I
he
remember
thought
that.
that I was a shill.
He banned me too for being a shill. That was pretty funny.
Oh, speaking of being a shill, can we tell a story about Rantic Media?
Hold on, I'm not done.
No.
Okay, so
One story at a time.
now
Drive ups.
recently,
How long do we have left?
Araf has actually been in contact with me now, and so that's kind of like under the water under the bridge now. But I think that's so funny.
We were all shills once.
I stayed banned for like 2 months. I think I'm still not on banned, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now. But yeah.
Which channel?
It was like game news. It was like the channel for Spells Fired.
Is that even a thing still, or did that get blown the fuck out like the Mountain Dew channel?
I don't know about the IRC channel, but the Spells Fired website's still going, I think.
Oh boy.
So back to Nico. When that happened, when the events of December 1st happened, where basically you got control of the board back and you started cleaning up threads and stuff, and you're being accused of a shill. What was your reaction when people revolted essentially, and they started when the migration happened?
Well, actually, I was like about pretty much planning on just like posting that I'm back as board owner and then going to sleep, and then I see and for a while there was only like 3 posts or something, and then eventually it just blew up as people were talking. I had made a joke about I had posted on Twitter. I was like, should I do it? And then had under the create account area, a Pterodax account, and I wasn't planning on doing it. And I guess that's one of the things that got a lot of people mad. And then people started going through my Twitter and posting it in the thread about how I said I think one of the things was I was saying that the Twibbins were stupid, like the Roguestar Twibbin and the WeHeart stuff, all of that stuff. And I'd said that was stupid, and I guess that's proof that I'm a shill. Also, that I had said Vivian.
Well, that's just your opinion on avatars. It has no reflection on anything else.
And I had also said Vivian was shit, and that's also proof I'm a shill.
Well, knocking Vivian in public might have not been your best move.
Yeah.
A lot of people like Vivian.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong for having that opinion, but you could understand the backlash from that.
Yeah. Look what happened to that Pedersen guy, whatever.
Yeah. And I think a lot of the thing is, I had been for the past month sort of getting, and I don't know if it had been getting worse over that month or I had just been a little bit more ignorant about it, but looking at all of this sort of hypocrisy in Gamergate, I'm trying to think of a specific example.
All the clickbait.
One thing would be how people make fun of SJWs for the whole listen and believe thing, and then everybody's going on talking about how Pterodax is
Posted
SJW.
on 8chan.
about Pterodax is an SJW goon shill that was paid by Zoe Quinn.
So making unverifiable claims.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
And like acting like it's fact, listening and believing.
Well, if I can comment on that, like, okay, we don't have proof of who Pterodax is necessarily, but we do know that his actions are very questionable, and it's definitely a mistake to say.
I certainly agree with that. He's not the best character for GG, but
yeah,
like calling him an SJW is just stupid. Because
right, he strikes me like I can't speak for Pterodax, and the invitation's still out to him if he wants to join the channel, but the thread that was posted sounded in very, very bad taste, and you admit you made a mistake when you made him mod and you tried to make a joke out of it.
Yeah, and I still agree. My part of my point, this was something that Internet Aristocrat had said, is that GG has become very like oversensitive to these things. Is the way that people reacted was just, I think just a lot of the way GG acts in general is kind of SJW-y.
Reactionary is the word you're looking for?
Yeah, reactionary I think would be better.
Kind of panicky, basically.
Well, I've seen people do some things that are SJW related, in that they use the same fallacy structure. They use this. They do this. They're hypocritical. People are hypocritical. Okay.
Yeah, but who isn't?
Yeah, exactly.
But have your point. I'm just saying, like, everyone is to a certain extent.
Yeah, and the thing is that I try, like when I was doing the thread that I made, there was a couple of them that was like so white knighty without action, because on the thread that I made, I had posted the links to everything, the who's is. The links to actually verify pricing, cost, and all the other stuff. Chats that I had actually gotten from web developers based on the outline of I actually took the outline, the Google Doc outline, and sent that. I just sent them the link. I didn't even send them the description. The actual link itself is all that I gave them. I said, I want to make the site like this. How much would it cost me to have you do it? And they would give me back replies. Only one even came close, and the reason is because they thought they were being weird about it. As in, when I told somebody else about that was the figure they were giving me, they said, I don't know how they got there, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to come close.
Oh boy.
They were trying. I listed both the 40K and the 50K, and they said that doesn't. I'm not even going to come close to that amount.
I'm just like I'm not going to say anything. Like,
no, that's fine.
On this. Well, no. I mean, on what Ego said, I'm not going to say anything. The only one thing I'll say at this point, man, is like honestly, it's all water under the bridge. Like, it's all water under the bridge. But why the fuck didn't you just like ask people? You know, hey, how would you feel if I mean, God, like all you got to do is ask. 8chan is like the most open-ended place. That's like how literally Hot Wheels can go around and have fucking strip club parties with a bunch of people he doesn't know. A cripple having strip club parties with a bunch of people he doesn't know with a suitcase full of vodka. That's because people are very, very open-minded. If you had just asked, if you had just said something like, "Hey, would this be a bad idea?" and not made jokes in bad taste. I mean, whatever. It's over now. And you know what? I said this before. We got Desugate out of it. I think that serves a vital function. People can go in and shitpost and blow off steam, and it's great because I can post a blue threads about KOP, and I'm happy.
So yeah, and I don't think I really need to explain to you what happened. So people migrated to /Gamergate, and I had actually supported people migrating to /Gamergate if they don't want to be on /GG because I didn't want to see it to splinter into like 5 different boards with like different like I think having one big board to where everybody migrated to was the best solution, and I think that's why the Blade went on with slash Gamergate in the first place, because he was afraid that if he didn't, it would splinter into these 5 different boards, which it was already sort of starting to do. I know, like the people from slash V were saying to go to slash GGG. People from slash GG were saying to go to slash PGG. So there was a lot of confusion, and eventually people decided to go to slash Gamergate. And then I had been looking through there were these threads. There was like the thread, I think it was like just said report in, that was trying to get like as many unique IPs as possible, so it would be like higher up in the board ranking to beat out slash GG. And so there was all of these people going like, oh, fuck me, go. And there was also a lot of like stupid stuff people were saying, like that I am an SJW, that Terry Dax is a goon, or whatever. And so yeah, I think that was kind of stupid. And then like people were just saying like so many different things about what happened. Like people were saying that I had made Terry Dax a mod a second time, that like I had sold the board to Terry Dax or something. I don't even know. And so anyways, after that I had like gone to sleep, and I wake up and I check what's going on, and I guess the one other mod, NCTN or whatever his name is, he had gone in, and I guess people were raiding slash GG, and he had gone in and started sticking these posts like saying to go to slash Gamergate, and I had left people on as mods because I didn't really think, I thought, okay, I think the Blade picked people with the best interests in mind, so I didn't really think anybody would do anything malicious. And I had talked with NCTN that everything's cool, but so that had happened, and people are still just pretty much shitposting in slash GG, and like that's nice and all, but I had wanted it to be, if it's not going to be the big board, at least allow it to be sort of like the more like slash poll of Gamergate, so like people can do like, I don't know, like docs, like I had allowed doxing.
Yeah, doxing
So-
and readings allowed.
So like, so the people who want to do that stuff have a place to do it, sort of like slash war.
So a containment board for tensions and stuff like that, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty much what it is, except Desugate. But
And I know the funny thing was there was people who had made a thread, and it was like
there were a lot.
They said that, oh, we had been saying for the past 3 days that slash GG is corrupt, and now we proved it, and now we're going to slash Gamergate, when it's pretty much the same moderation, except a few people didn't stay on. And I'm not sure if that was just people who were confused or people who were just idiots. Or
Chances are you have a lot of
I don't really know what else to say. If anybody has questions,
like we're talking about masses of people. There are idiots among us. Like don't even lie.
I think I can summarize this.
Let's be honest.
This is the public we're dealing with, okay?
Yeah.
I think I can summarize this in 2 words. Shit happens.
Yep.
Shit happens.
At least it worked out, though. I will have to say, at least it worked out.
Can we keep Desugate, please? I like Desugate. I know I do. I like it. I like the way it is. Can we keep it?
Well, yeah, that porn thread was really good.
It is.
It's so good. I like it. They like everybody who's watching this. If you like Desugate,
go to /GT and look at the porn thread.
No. Just say in the comments right now how much you like Dissicate.
I'm actually going to get on it right now. I hope nobody minds if I like vap on stream.
I am also. on
Go
Dissicate.
ahead.
I'm also on
In
Dissicate.
fact, post the pictures.
Boy, if anyone faps on stream, still looking at the last one.
If I posted these pictures, we'd all get banned from YouTube. Like,
Okay.
Please don't do that.
well, I mean, there's like
Well, I mean,
Vaporeon
you
porn.
rapping, not the actual pictures.
There's fucking Borderlands porn now, really?
The one thing I do want
Question
to
for
delete is the
Nico.
furries.
Sorry, Nico. Say what you had to say, and I'll ask.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I might have to delete all like the furry porn.
Please don't. Please don't.
Nico, in the chat, they said that Theradex admitted he's a goon. Is there any validity to these statements?
Not from what I've seen. He probably has a SA account. I'm not sure about that, but I wouldn't say he's a goon. At least from what I know.
He made some interesting tweets, which I'm sure that we have archived. I could dig them up, but I just don't fucking care. I don't know at this point. Like, I guess that raises a legitimate question. Like, is the guy or was the guy legitimately ever a shill, a goon, or a double agent,
Well, here's
or
the thing,
something like that?
when you're taking
I just don't
something
know.
a troll says on Twitter seriously,
I
have
mean,
to-
you're gonna get burned.
Well, here's what we can confirm.
Let's be honest here. He's a troll, so we'll never actually really know.
Yeah.
Take stuff that people say with a grain of salt, but take facts and evidence. You actually have to back up claims. So if they're making a claim and they back it up, that's one thing. If they're just saying random shit on the internet, anybody can do that. And besides, SA might be a cesspool with awful people, but we might actually have people on our side in SA.
Yeah.
We have people who are SJWs on our side. We have people who are feminists on our side. We have all kinds of people on our side. Stop.
Yeah, we already stopped.
assuming
Yeah.
That we are limited to gamers. Stop.
We should probably stop. We should probably stop shill hunting now,
Yeah.
unless like they're really obvious.
It
shills.
reminds
Like,
me of
we've
the
had
red.
those.
It reminds me of the red scare from Twilight Zone.
Oh God.
You keep their story of it, but if you keep hunting for people, none of them may not be involved at all.
That's a good point. The Red Scare didn't really work out that well for a lot of people, especially the people that were in power at that time. The whole anti-communist thing. Actually, the Red Scare was what set up or helped to set up the Cultural Revolution of the 60s and 70s. So, keep that in mind, Gamergate. Don't get Cultural Revolution. It would be bad.
Yeah, I think what some people are mad about is I do think a lot of the stuff going on in Gamergate is stupid. Like I think especially like a lot of the charity stuff is just kind of blatant.
Oh,
PR.
come on! Don't hate. It's
I think
not.
It's pretty much blatant PR, like pandering.
Well, if it's
At
that's
least you're doing a hell of a lot better than the other side is doing of charities.
I don't give a shit if we are fucking using it for PR or using it for whatever the fuck. I don't care. I really don't give a fuck. The reason I don't give a fuck is because the money does go to fucking charities. So fuck it.
That's good. That's the right attitude to have. At least you're not attacking.
I don't care if a Nazi gives us a cure for cancer. It's a goddamn cure for cancer. Fuck
exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
I think Laboom made the point I was going to make, although not as eloquently as I would have put it. Yeah. But no, I don't disagree, Nico. When you have I think that when you have criticisms of what we're doing, that's not a reason for people to attack you. It's like there is very you're right. There is a reaction mentality.
I hate to break in, guys, but we have a huge story developing. Apparently, Hideo Kojima has just dissed the shit out of Jeff Keighley for rigging the VGAs. And if you don't know, Hideo Kojima is I believe, producer of Bayonetta. So I'm looking this. Yeah, I'm looking this up right now.
Let's do this.
It looks like he.
Keep that link in.
It looks like he just dissed the shit out of them.
You're talking about Kamiya, right?
This is an exclusive report.
Wait, I thought you said Kojima.
Wait a minute. No. What the fuck is going on in this? That's not what's happening. No. Hold on a minute.
I don't.
I'm on IRC. Let me. I'll get back to you on this. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna ask people what the fuck's going on because something is happening. A bunch of people are freaking out.
No, hold on. I have links. I have
IRC logs.
Yeah,
Drybone, come on.
Links to what? You don't know what it is.
I'm on Kojima's Twitter.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Wait, is it Kojima or Kamiya?
What did I fucking say? Read it first. Tell what you think.
Yeah, with Geoff.
With Geoff right now.
Just let me move a few things. I was eating while doing this, so I'm just kind of.
Here, let me link it into this. Well,
Because
why does fucking
I don't think
YouTube have to
Kojima
block
would be
links?
just saying Geoff, because Kojima does a lot of his interviews and stuff with Geoff, like he did that during Gamescom. So I don't.
No,
and
he
he's-
could still be pissed. Like, dude, we had the guy who was
and
that
I don't
board
think.
member who
Well,
was.
no,
pissed.
I don't think MGS5 was nominated for anything though. At Ground Zero, so. And I'm pretty sure you might be thinking of Kamiya. I don't know.
Well,
I
don't
got
think
the
Ground Zero
picture
should be
link. I'm
nominated
just
for
wondering what's
anything,
happening on
honestly.
it.
Komiya?
But
Okay, the thing I didn't get was this is completely unrelated, but why wasn't the Phantom Pain one of the things for most anticipated game on the Game Awards?
No, apparently people are losing their shit because this happened. So Hot Wheels was sent a copy of Going Home, and he banned whoever did it, and he said user was sent to the electric chair for this post.
that's not what fucking happened. And that happened like a week ago. You fucking.
Why are they reposting? Why are they? No, they're I'm freaking out because they're freaking out. Why are they reposting this? Like,
Slowpoke.jpg.
I don't understand. See, this is why I started to freak out, and I was like, okay, wait a minute, we have a breaking story. So, like, why is this a breaking story that Hideo Kojima is sitting there with Jeff Keighley? We don't like just because Jeff Keighley was a producer doesn't mean that he was directly connected to Game Journal Pros in the rigging of this thing. It was rigged externally. So Jeff Keighley has been pretty much neutral on the whole thing. So how is this a thing?
Because Jeff said something bad.
I mean, he is the Dorito Pope.
I guess
He is
during the
Dorito
BlizzCon
Pope.
stuff.
Yeah, the
that's true.
BlizzCon.
He was kind of a dick. Well, I can.
Well, actually, in terms of Kojima, I guess he wasn't allowed in the after party because his shoes went dress code.
Yeah.
Yeah, the SJW is basically locking out of the party. So I guess this is Jeff apologizing to him and making it right.
Yeah,
or-
because I don't. Kojima and Jeff wouldn't be arguing because I think Jeff is one of the 13 people, or I don't know, like 30 maybe, that Kojima follows.
I was gonna say that's actually happening.
Yeah.
Like that's what I thought at first. I was like, oh wait a minute, is this the diss from the other night? And then okay, so basically
So
what's
that's
happening.
just was Docs a Vogue star? I'm looking at the photos at Gamergate. I'm just wondering
Roguestar doxed himself.
No, he didn't. Fuck! Stop saying these things.
No, it's like her tweet is saying that, saying, see, that's his address. But posting what he posted. It's like, I don't even know.
No, the address is. Hold on.
The address is to the FBI bureau in San Francisco.
Yes.
Okay.
Lol.
Oh,
Good
okay, that is
game.
awesome.
Good game.
Because this is not the first time she's done shit like this. Let's be honest here.
Oh yeah, like there is honestly, if you guys haven't noticed, Twitter does have double standards in this whole thing. They haven't openly taken sides, but they have taken sides behind closed doors.
Yeah.
You can't just take a look at when multiple people get banned from our side, but on the other side, they do horrible, worse things, and nothing, not a thing's been done to them. So yeah, Twitter is guilty of favoritism.
Yeah. Oh, if we're gonna be bitching about e-slubs, could we bitch
not?
about
No, let's not.
If we're bitching about e-slabs, can we talk about how much of a shit Drybones is?
Fuck that guy.
He hasn't
Hey,
even
I'm
spit
looking
roasted.
at
Dry Bones was pretty cool.
I hate him.
I love Dry Bones. Dry Bones Kun is my waifu.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Usaka
gonna.
Kun.
Usaka.
Usaka. Oh, by the way, did anybody see the Usaka shit? that Moot pulled on a Moot broke 4chan for
I
about
know.
2 hours. It was the most hilarious shit I've seen in a
Wait,
while.
how did Mood?
Wait, what
How did?
happened?
Okay.
He
How,
roasted.
So
He
there was
shit
Hold
a
on.
post. There was a draw Osaka thread, and then Moot had drawn. And there was like
Osaka.
1,000 replies. To
Okay,
his
here, I
post.
can explain what went on. Yesterday was the birthday of a character from an anime called Neon Genesis Evangelion called Asuka.
What's that?
It's an anime.
just assume it's an
Can
anime.
we not?
Drivo.
Yeah, but anyway, someone did a thread, and then what he did was on every single board he did the theme of the anime, the opening for it, except it was all in like
It was
horn.
honk. It was
Honking
honk.
horn.
No, it wasn't even
so
working for me.
bad. It was
It
so
wasn't
bad.
working for me. I didn't hear it at all.
Oh, it was so
Wait,
bad.
so I had the block. Yeah, I mean it
It
just
was on
drove.
every single board. And then
And then he managed to derail Paul of all places because what the sticky thread there was arguing if she was white because she's half German, half Japanese.
Wait, what
Paul
happened?
lost its shit. Paul absolutely lost its shit over that thread. It's like, well, is she German or is she Japanese?
All right. Now we've gotten way off topic.
Oh, we're
Okay,
just
I would
having
like
some
to
fun.
say that the people on 8chan who like are just completely bitter towards 4chan are kind of stupid, I guess.
Why?
Grow up.
Why? Fuck Mood. Fuck that bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck that bitch
Well,
ass. If I ever see him,
we've
I'll
known
fucking
that-
string him up by a wire upside down like they did to Benito Mussolini. No, seriously, fuck that guy. Because here's the thing. He took away free speech. I don't care who you are. I don't care why you did it. And I don't care if it was an accident. I recognize, unlike most people, that he pretty much got the shit end of the stick. And what likely happened was not actually coordinated censorship, was that he had a few shit mods. He was in a shit position because of his financial situation and legal situation, mind you. And he felt he had no choice but to do what he did. But that being said, it doesn't fucking matter if you did it implicitly or not. It's bullshit. Fuck him.
Okay,
And it's not
the thing
stupid
is-
to be mad about it. And
I'm
I'll
not
never
saying
stop
it's
being
not
mad
stupid
about it.
to be mad
It's
about.
not stupid. I'm going to directly challenge you on that. It's not stupid to be mad about what happened on
I'm not
Thursday.
saying it's stupid. It's not. I'm not saying it's stupid to be mad about what happened, but it's stupid to refuse to go on 4chan because of it.
Okay, yeah, that's true. I still go with it.
At least to act like anybody that goes on 4chan is like,
No.
I know,
Yeah,
like
I
every
agree.
time, like
Okay, yeah.
like every time, like I
Yeah.
talk about 4chan on Twitter, there'll be people who go, "Oh, half chan." Like I think the whole half chan thing is.
Yeah, I
stupid.
mean the stance
I
has
understand.
really. Yeah, the stance has diminished. I mean, Poll is allowed to now have
Yeah.
like Gamergate thread in name only. It's mainly focused on Gawker, but yeah, I mean, you got people posting on that there.
Yeah.
Well, it's complicated because I mean we do have the Gawker Shekel Showa threads, and for a few weeks now it's actually been improved. There's even been some discussion on V there, but then I know a few days ago they like cracked down and banned everything again, and then today there were Shekel Showa threads again. So like it's what's gone downhill really is the posting quality. It's turning
The posting
like
quality was
Poll is a
always
hunt
terrible.
box. But no, it's like Poll it was always terrible, but it's more terrible. Like that's my point. It's so God,
You
so
had
lacking
all
soul.
the
You
8chan,
have
if
no
all the
idea
four-
who the real shills are and who the shit posters are.
It's so lacking soul, though. It's not even that. It's like nobody there has a soul. Like I posted a thread the other day where I was just dumping red pills, and like people came in and were like, "Man, like you're the hero. Poll deserves and shit." It's like, yeah, but nobody will care. Poll is Tumblr now, and it didn't even get like past page 5, and I was like, what the fuck happened here?
Guys.
Yes.
I just got an email.
Oh
Does
god.
anyone know what the fuck?
Send your emails, guys.
What is 8-Bit Heroes podcast?
8-bit. Oh, I've heard of that. What is
Wait, he
that?
has a podcast?
I don't remember that.
And what is nerdlocker.com?
Not
Is
entirely
this-
sure.
Is this a podcaster that's been found to be having special interests?
I don't know, but anyways, they emailed me, Sarisa Sturm at nerdlocker.com. We are doing a 3-episode segment on Gamergate. I'm a PR manager of NerdLocker.com and 8-Bit Heroes podcast, and we're very interested.
Fox News.
Fuck you, fucking phone. Okay, hold on. We're very interested in neutrality and ethics in journalism, and would like to interview a member of the GG movement on our podcast. We would also like to know.
When?
Shut up.
Also, who?
Let him finish for fuck's sake.
Dry Bones speaks.
We would also like to know if any of you would be willing to debate an anti-GG member on the air.
I would.
Wow.
I would do.
I think
anything.
Fidrin should be the one to do that. I think Fidrin needs to be the one to do it.
There's a lot of things.
I could do it, but personally, I think it should be who's a good one?
Oliver.
Yeah, Oliver Campbell.
I vote. Can
Fidrin.
Sargon the running
I
club?
vote Fidrin.
Actually, I vote Kane. I vote Kane.
I don't know that Sargon would do it.
Yeah,
Absolutely
Sargon likes
not.
to be on the outside. Kane would waffle
Okay.
like a motherfucker.
Let's break
Sargon
this.
has
Let's break
been
this down.
wrong on some stuff, and he hasn't always been able to hold himself together. So
Oh, okay,
Let's just break it down very simply. Okay, so
Wait. Dry Bones is
Sargon-
speaking. Let him speak first.
Okay, I love when Sargon speaks, although sometimes he isn't like always up to date with what's going on, and that's why I probably wouldn't send that to this person, because he's not always knowing what's going on right now. I mean, he's really knowledgeable, and he's really focused on the digress stuff. But some of the current events, he's a little behind on updating on that. That's
Yeah,
only
it
one
is-
reason.
I don't know.
Oliver is
Oliver.
yeah, Oliver would be one of my choices, but I gotta speak to some people about this. But this would be.
That or Ash. Ash would be a good one.
I mean, we've been waiting for like something like this for like months.
Yeah, so this is a
Definitely.
big event, guys.
Well, I'm curious
Oh,
who
like,
the anti-GG is.
Okay, no, wait. The question is, who would they be debating?
Yeah.
Probably, I will bet you $10 it's Brianna Wu.
it matters not.
It'll be Brianna Wu or John McIntosh. It
In
does
a-
matter.
Wouldn't it be Macintosh?
In the matters
Oh.
of a debate, it matters not who your opponent is. It matters not.
Speaking
It does
of,
not.
Actually,
What matters
if I can,
Well, actually, it would, just because you can take the strengths and weaknesses and then turn it against us. There'd be a difference between
no. It
there'd
doesn't
be a
matter
difference
who it is.
between debating Wu and Anita.
No, it does not matter who it is. Because
Also,
you're
let's
appealing
just
to
say
your
this.
audience. You're not appealing to the opponent. Also, you could. I can figure out anyone's weakness. It doesn't matter who I debate. That's irrelevant, though. What matters is who can handle it, who's not going to drop their spaghetti, and who's actually going to be able to cover the key and best points for Gamergate. The one's
I nominate
not
Hot Wheels.
social justice.
Nah, Hot
Crap.
Wheels.
That would be
Okay.
improper. That would put
brings me
H-Han
to
in
a
a
good
position.
point.
That would put H-Han in a position that's not right. H-Han's unbiased. Don't do that.
Yeah, the only reason Hot Wheels did that HuffPo was because Wu was just bashing the shit out of him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
it's-
and notice that after he did that, H-Han itself has there were more hit pieces, but they backed off of H-Han itself. Why do you think they did that? Because it's untouchable, and that's how it should stay.
exactly.
Oh, so it's kind of hard to scream oppression when you're saying that to someone like Hot Wheels.
Yep.
Oppression. I mean, yeah, I don't think you're talking to the right person.
The thing
here.
is, he's white, so that gives him like 20 billion privilege points.
Yeah, that's true.
What is it now? The chat's saying it might be Arthur Chu.
Oh.
Oh, I would love.
Anyone?
Okay, I would like to say about-
anyone.
I'm nominating.
Sure.
I'm nominating Fidrin, and the reason is because Oliver Campbell is very objective, but I don't think he can cover all the points in the right amount of time. Sargon, I don't think would want to be the guy to do this. I mean, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but I just don't see that. Ash, no. Kane,
Pterodax.
absolutely not. Pterodax would be fucking hilarious, but no. I think, honestly, I think it should be, I really think it should be Thidrin. And for those of you who haven't heard Thidrin speak, you could find him he's been on quite a few streams. You can find him on some of mine, and you'll see why. Because he so I don't know, Jessica. Maybe you can say he covers all the points, and he does it in very very few words. And he's not a major e-celeb, and he's not a big name, and that's the other thing. He's unknown, and that's why. And I'm not saying that just like to boost him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that just to boost him. I'm saying that because like he's seriously unknown. I really don't think it would be a good idea to have any of the current e-celebs do this. I think that would be bad.
Yeah, that's
Because
the only.
especially because of all the infighting, because that's going to get brought up. Bring somebody that they have no idea who the fuck it is, because they're not going to know. They're going to be like, who the fuck is Sidrin? And then they're going to get blasted with 20 metric tons of fucking liquid fire. So.
What
Yeah,
about
that might be
what
the
about
issue
someone?
though, because I know Thurgeon just likes to work in the background, so he might
No,
not.
he'll
like
do
to
it. No. He'll do it. I already know. He used to like to work in the background, but he's been more vocal, and he's been wanting to be more vocal. And
All
trust me,
right.
he'll do it.
I would like to say quickly, and this was something I had been thinking of earlier. I do think the people who try and make it out like GG is just about ethics are, well, they're kind of ignorant, I guess, about it. Because yes, ethics has become one of the major reasons people support GG, but like I would say, at least from the beginning, like when it first started as burgers and fries, ethics wasn't the major concern originally. It was more
Yeah. Right.
like I think it was mostly about social justice in video games. And I think it has become I wouldn't say completely about ethics, but there is at least a lot more people who are doing it for ethics, even if social justice is, in my opinion, the bigger issue.
Well,
Um,
it's not necessarily social justice. This can come from anywhere. This doesn't matter if it's social justice, if it's like right wing versions. The ideas behind what is destructive and what's beneficial for any economy or any group are pretty narrow. If you go too extreme one way or the other, you're going to have problematic. The problem we're facing now is the extreme on the left. And they get away with so much is because the left seems to the public like a good thing. It seems progressive and that kind of stuff. They use marketing terms and they use marketing language which is laced with fallacies, but they use it because it works. And they want to
Also,
manipulate people to get it to work.
Also, they don't put the most craziest people in the party leadership.
yeah, I think that is an important thing. Is that you notice? I think even just looking at the Twitter verification, even though I'm pretty sure Anita has the most followers, but the fact that Anita is the one that's verified out of her, Zoe, and Brianna Wu is kind of evident because Anita is more of a businesswoman. Like she knows what she's doing. She's taken courses on
Hell seminars.
propaganda and stuff like that. She knows how to like
She knows how to
the
manipulate
media.
us,
She knows how to
and she knows how
manipulate
to
the
manipulate
media.
the public.
Well,
to a certain
Zoe
extent.
Quinn and Brianna Wu are kind of pretty much mentally unstable people who
Yeah.
Let me ask everybody here. How
Kind of
many
the same
people
with,
knew?
Macintosh.
How many people know what Anita said about the massacre?
I seen it.
What massacre?
The
massacre at the school.
one in Canada, right?
Oh,
Oh,
that
the
one.
toxic masculinity.
Oh,
Yeah,
that,
toxic
that
masculinity.
makes my blood
How
boil.
many people know about that in Gamergate?
I do.
Just
No,
Gamergate.
I wrote a
There.
piece about it.
I was aware of it.
I would hope everyone would be.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. She knows how to manipulate people, and she knows how to manipulate us, which is the reason why we get distracted easily. By her. Not by everyone, but by her. And Brianna has a different way of doing it. She's just crazier with it. But that distraction she uses to make sure we ignore her actual actions in the industry. She's actually taken actions in the industry. She's spoken to the industry. She's talking to the industry. She's given
Yeah.
seminars at the industry.
There was a thing
That's
with
more
Dice
problematic.
and Mirror's Edge that people I remember for like this people have been complaining about this for like a year now with Dice where they, I guess like Anita had spoken at EA and was talking about how like Mirror's Edge was too hard.
I'll go ahead and go
Although,
ahead.
Mirror's Edge hard. What?
oh, I was gonna
Yeah.
say that you first.
Oh, I just wanted to confirm. Tidrin says he'll do it. The plan right now is what we're gonna do is and I hope Drybones will work with us on this. What we're gonna do is we're gonna cover this the same way that a presidential writing staff would cover it. So we're gonna draft strategy.
This. Hold on. When did Tidrin say this?
I'm talking to him right now. He'll query you on IRC.
Nice.
Okay, but
Knock
look,
him dead,
listen,
man. Knock him dead.
This is what we have to do, okay? We have a part to play, a very important part. We are going to cover this the same way that you would for a president, for a State of the Union speech. We are going to draft a speech. We're going to draft a talking points, which, I mean, he doesn't necessarily have to use, but you get the picture. And we are going to make sure that we cover every possible angle of this thing. We have time to prepare. Let's get it right. So if you guys want to work on that project,
who we need on.
yeah.
I know exactly who we need on board on this, and I'll tell you after the show.
All right, definitely.
Also, DM me. I know a lot about debate. DM me. I could help with this.
The Boom is also. I also know the Boom and Black Knight are good.
Yeah, I've got all y'all on Skype. EGA, I don't think I have you on Skype. I'll put my Skype in the thing again. So add me on Skype. We'll coordinate it through there. It'll be done on IRC, but we'll coordinate it through there because we're gonna have to make like a separate room or something.
Coordinate on Skype.
Yeah, or that. Fuck it. We'll just
Actually, before we keep going, I'd like to. I've been meaning to ask Drybones a question about this breaking news. Drybones, are you the guy who's going to be able to nominate the person they select, or will they select on their own?
Good question.
Well, what do you mean?
Like, how will they decide? Will it be?
They want to
Drybones,
debate someone
yourself?
from Gamergate.
Hold on, I'm talking. Anyway, does Drybones? Did they ask you to come yourself, or to nominate someone in your stead, or are they saying they want someone from GG in general?
They're asking for someone in Gamergate, and they're asking for me to give them who.
Okay.
So he's nominating. In other words, because he's the. I guess they came to you because you're the owner of the board now.
They went to the Gamergate.me contact form, so they don't mean me specifically.
So it wasn't that.
They're asking Gamergate.me who
to provide the candidate.
Yeah.
All right, then that means that we can do this. So
Okay.
yeah, this is priority number one.
KOP here, holy shit.
Yeah.
I ain't here, holy shit. But seriously, this is the biggest opportunity that we've had since this thing started. This is going to be fucking perfect. If it's the last thing I do, I will break myself to make this happen right.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, you said it's Fox, right?
What?
No, it's Nerdwalker.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
No, I think the funny thing was that KOP, he had like posted something in the thread I made when I had become mod, and I had like asked him on Twitter if that was him, and then I said, okay, I'll clean it up, like not saying I would do what he wants, but just that like I'm gonna be like changing things the next day, and then like everybody started freaking out about how like I'm friends with King of Pole, and the thing is I have like a good friend like through Steam that's I think he's known KOP for a while and he's friends with him, and so like I've been trying to stay kind of like open-minded towards what KOP has done because of that.
Holy cow!
What happened? What?
Jennifer Hardware invaded one of the anti-GG hidden IRCs and logged it and dumped the logs.
Ggazi isn't fucking hidden.
Can we not?
What happened?
Is
Wait,
that
what
what she
happened?
dumped? What the fuck did she dump though? I don't think that's what she dumped. Hang on.
Can you guys like not interrupt people?
Guys.
No, that's fine.
One topic at a time. Nico, my advice to you on like the whole GG situation is basically keep doing what you're doing and just try to disassociate yourself from people who are trolls like Pole and Theradex.
Like I don't think there's like, even if I did start like not posting with Pterodax on Twitter anymore or anything like that, already made up their minds about me, so I don't think there's much I can do about my reputation within Gamergate.
No, the best you can
Yeah.
do is just keep saying that you're changed and then let your actions speak louder than your words. So the longer things go on, and as long as there's no deviation where people can latch
Right.
onto something.
Hmm.
So you just can't go, oh, fuck it, nothing can happen. I mean, nothing can fix it. You just got to keep going at it. If you,
Yeah, and just own up to your mistakes. Like you owned up to a couple of your mistakes here today, and I applaud you for that, because if people just came forward when they make mistakes instead of just like trying to hide it and just said, yeah, I fucked up. If they just admit that, then they get more credibility, at least in my book. So
Okay. I was just wondering, have any of you seen Pterodax's vines with
no, I
Mountain
haven't.
Dew? Dude, you have to look at them. They're hilarious. I'll link them. 1 second.
All right, I'll check them out later. I kind of want to discuss the news that Dry Bones spoke.
Oh
and,
yeah, you can talk about that. I'm just gonna
Right.
look at it quickly.
Right.
breaking news.
All right.
Breaking news.
And actually, I do kind of need to wrap up the show because I got to go and get food and stuff. So.
I understand. Have a nice dinner.
So back to the topic, the initial topic of the stream of Gamergate.me. Dry Bones, do you have any closing thoughts?
Not really.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to promote?
It really all is a start button, I guess. Start working on development stuff for that. And we're always looking for people to help contribute. You know, it's an open source project, so anyone can really help out. But we're looking for people to help out on the car team. So we do have a nice, little team going on right now. We just gotta organize it more. That's it.
Okay, sounds good. And anyone else like to promote anything or where they can follow you?
I'm at Igatake, both on YouTube, Twitter, and Tumblr. Gonna be starting a show soon, but not like too soon, like a couple weeks or so, since I finally got some time off. I basically just review movies and like old comedies and that shit.
What was, I guess for closing remarks, right? Anybody?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Zan Dankel, Maxa from IRC. YouTube is Zan Dankel. Twitter is at 10MinuteGamer. You can follow me there. You can catch me on Shari Vegas, on on Hitbox, and you can find him on Twitter at Big Daddy Rhythm. And yeah, just check it out. A lot more streaming shows to come. Had a pretty successful one last night, and make sure that you work on Operation Rebuild, Operation GG Slam, and look forward to what looks like it's going to be Thidrin's interview with this. It's going to be pretty crazy.
Can't wait.
Okay.
Closing remark: Dry Bones is a shit.
Do you want to promote anything, Jessica?
Wow.
All right. In that case, I'd like to promote the Rebuild Initiative. Check it out on you can actually check it out on the Kotaku in Action thread. There's thread on Kotaku in Action. There's I think there's still information on the 8chan board, and there's also a Gamergate.me wiki article on it. Operation Rebuild's very important because we do need the industry on our side as well. For instance, like your best route, like I know a lot of people in Gamergate are big fans of Rockstar Games. They're getting under heavy fire for alleged misogyny and and they're being alleged that they cause violence against women, which honestly, the misogyny claim is unfounded, and the claim that it causes violence against women is empirically false, because crime across the board, across the world, has gone down. So
Also, I'd like to remind you guys, the media is not the public.
right.
As just because the media says something doesn't mean the public actually believes it. Especially if you look at some of the comments on like a lot of these sites or videos, a lot of people neutral usually call the media out.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so yeah, do try to contact do follow the Rebuild Guide. Do try to send them the letters. I plan on this week trying to set up a way where I can help people write the letters if they need any guidance with that. I know a couple of people who are very good writers in Gamergate, and they could help out. So just send me a tweet if you need any help writing these letters. And when you do write out the letters, take a photo of them and tweet at Rebuild Initiati. I believe that wraps everything up.
Awesome.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Have
I
a
would
great
like
night,
to say,
everybody.
wait, Drabon's
Nice night, everybody. So long. Other stuff. Can't really think of anything else. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, drive runs this shit.
Drabon still hasn't spit.